Friends and family of the Valorant broadcast, we're here. Hello, good day. It's the Countdown Show once more for LPL Valorant. Very excited to be diving back into this on this fine Friday. I'm Conky, he's Komodo. You know us, we've been around the block. Dion, how you doing?
I've been around the block, apparently. And what has gone around the block say? What's that song? Something...
Round the twist.
No, there's a song about on the block. There's, like, it's an old 60s
Great show.
song.
Isn't that the one where old people renovate a house?
Oh, that's the thing. But didn't that end? I don't know.
It's gone around the block. You know, we're here. So, yeah, as always, Countdown, Valorant Challenges, Oceania. We do enjoy sort of breaking down some stupid shit on the way in. It's always enjoyable. And, yeah, look, that is going to be absolutely no different. You know, episode number 10 of it. plenty of good games tonight, as per usual. And it's been a good couple of weeks, I think, Komodo, really. So today, it's on the left, this side for me of your screen. We're going to run through some highlights from yesterday, match of the day of tonight, an interview from XYZ. I believe we've spoken to Logic, and also our pick'ems, quickfire questions. It's not us answering stuff this time. It's the guys, which is way better because we suck. And, of course, the TLDR of the show, too. So let's dive into those highlights, Komodo, because there was a couple of games yesterday. You know, Mac and Mitch always bully me for calling me half-day con cannon. They got to experience a half day of their own.
Yeah, indeed. Two quick 2-0s. I think it's two quick 2-0s. I saw some times that maybe it got a little bit later in the night, but hey, quick games, good game, as they say. We've got a couple of teams that are playing that, are looking for that ascension slot, of course, and you kind of want to be seeing quick 2-0s if you are toward the top of the leaderboard, and you're toward the bottom, well, you probably don't want to get quick 2-0'd, but when you got things like Feta just shooting at you, it kind of makes it a little bit difficult. And now, Mitch, I was exercising my wrinkles on my brain. It was not the block that I was thinking of. It's our house. That's what I've mixed up. And that's the song that I'm thinking of. Block, house, same thing. They cross swords, cross streams. You shouldn't do that.
I went to a blockhouse on the weekend, but there was no crossing streams, only climbing walls, which was excellent. Now, these games, 13-5, 13-5, 13-5, 13-6. So I think it was a little bit of a one-sided affair, as per usual. The Guangzhou Long Lions not really kind of stepping up to where I was hoping they would have been, Komodo. But I guess off the back of it, that means that the Who +2 have been looking pretty hot as a result of it. And Nerd Punt, no real surprises. They've been a really, really solid roster. They're actually the one that I kind of don't let the players hear this think they deserve to probably win it, right? The amount of effort they've been putting in. None of them have come from kind of higher places in the past or anything like that. They've just been putting in the hard yakka and really doing some good things. So this is where the leaderboard stands at this point in time. Nerd Punt sitting up the tippy top, but of course there is going to be 95X and Fun Crew playing a couple of games today to round out their fifth. So it's still anyone's game, right? We can kind of end up wherever. Playoffs only around the corner.
It was kind of good to hear from a couple of players, just to touch upon it on the weekend, about the state of this game right now, because you always, try to get more out of people when you're talking to them face to face. You can see their body language and their movement. And one of the things that was interesting to me as someone who is a Valorant enjoyer, is a Oceanic Valorant enjoyer, is a player and all this sort of stuff, is the state of the agent pool right now. A lot of players are hating. They don't like playing the Viper line, Harbor lineup alongside the Viper or anything like that, but it's seemingly everyone's kind of doing that, around the world, and OS is just following it. I want to see everyone just say no to the status quo and go back to OS Valorant, not trying to emulate other Valorant. And I think, we saw that from Nerd Punt a little bit on Split, right? Running the Yoru, running the Harbor, Breach, Omen, and Gecko. I think that's something new and it's cool. So
listen, all I know is that there was some strats in the Discord of Nerd Punt that was almost pilfered out by Minimize and RDW, but clearly it didn't help them because they lost. So that's where we end up in this competition. But no, it was really, really cool to obviously have over the course of the weekend DreamHack. I think Osa's first proper LAN. We tried to kind of do some a little while ago, but it's so hard. And with, the historic lack of travel that we had over the last couple of years, it's good to see everyone kind of getting down to an event, which is really nice. But match of the day, of course, that is going to be a debatable topic, right? It's super interesting in the way of both games this week have kind of been top versus the bottom of the scoreboard, and a little bit of separation between them. Like, again, for me, Guangzhou Long Lions versus the Who could have kind of gone anyway, really, but it's good to see that the Who really stepped up to it. So this is a similar one. Of course, now it is going to be Fun Crew and XYZ. Fun Crew are a team that, again, as we know them, can line up to the party, can really play strong, but sometimes they fell off, effectively. Whereas XYZ, newer entrants into this competition, into Stage 2. They weren't in Stage 1, came through those relegations. Again, a newer team, kind of lacking some experience here and there, but with some good fundamentals and foundations to grow, as we saw for the likes of like Nerd Punt, Cooper Troopers, etc. Yeah,
I'm going to take it the other way from the nicety factor, and I'm going to go to the brutal route. For today's games, they should be two quick O's, 2-0s. It's what it probably should be for our top teams.
Two quick O's, effectively.
Two quick 2-0s. It should be that, honestly. If it's anything closer than that, I would then maybe question the teams that should be winning cleanly. Are you stepping back a little bit, or are the teams that are getting more, are they stepping up more? I think that's the kind of narrative that we're looking at.
Yeah. Well, as always, it's like, if you're good, step up and smash the teams that you're better than, right? Like, it can't just be, rocking up a little lazy. You're moving towards playoffs, right? Like, this is the time where in about a month or so, we're going to have dubbed someone who's going to be representing Oceanic Valorant again at Ascension. So that's a big run, right? But there has been some more stability to these rosters over the last little while. So we'll reintroduce them just so you guys have got a bit of an understanding. FunCrew up first, of course. And now this is probably one of the more interesting ones, right? Because it has really fallen away from what it used to be, gone are the days of the easy Fweshest duo, right? But Scroll, Fweshest, Punda, Mike, and Norson. So kind of two old rosters meshed together a little way because, like I'm so used to seeing the likes of, say, Lou on a roster like this or Dragon, but it's all changed around very much so. So the old kind of combo, Punda and Mike from all the way back in the day. What was it? The straight out of the zoo? That's what I was thinking of. Yes. Correct. And then Norson and Scroll, of course, and Fweshest is like the last OG of that FunCrew roster. So they are super solid. We're looking at 5 of the best individuals in the game in local, right? So they're a team that should decimate everyone really without question almost.
Yeah, and of course, we'll go into it a little bit deeper when we look to start the series and get into roles and theory crafting about the map pool and everything like that. But Mitch, their opponents who, might be a little bit more of a unknown team base for players and people that are watching from around the world. If you look towards OS, FunCrew is probably a name that you've heard. XYZ, maybe not so much.
Absolutely. So Logic, Main, Songri, Easy K, and Alucard. Again, very much, as you've mentioned, a team that needs kind of eyes upon them. This is a perfect opportunity for them. No longer is the scene full of, old previous FPS title gatekeepers, right? Everyone really in this point in time has seeded themselves for a little while now in OS Valorant. And that's only improving as we continue on with, as I said, agents coming in. We've got Gecko obviously coming into the fray now. Compositions are heavily changing, moving away from duelist. Maps like Lotus obviously into the fray. So run me through what kind of this means to these teams.
One of the biggest things that still catches me off guard is seeing new players and they haven't played an FPS title before coming into Valorant. They're like a new gamer. It's so strange. Like, I'm ancient now. We're ancient in the scene. It's very wild. But Gecko, as you say, Gecko, the last agent to come in. Lotus just before that, which means the next thing to come in should be another map. I guess if they're doing agent map, although maybe it's 2 agents and then a map, but I digress. We've got changes coming around the corner with
like Icebox coming out as well. Is that right? What's the go? Yeah, that's what I mean.
Binder's back. Icebox is out. I don't know if we're having that here, but I know over in NA, I was watching that this morning, they had Bind back and they have gotten rid of Icebox. So Icebox is we've just got confirmation, there you go, from our producer. So Icebox is deleted and Bind is in, so that's cool. We can, I guess, if we see Bind, talk about a couple of the changes that it's had, which is exciting to me, Mitch, because my kind of thoughts about a stale map pool that we've got in our other FPS title that we dwell upon. I think that the map pool needs to be rotating every couple of months to keep, the top teams making sure they're full focus, to keep the bottom teams, if they don't want to put in the full effort, you'll get punished from that. So I love quick changing map pools and agent changes and stuff like that.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because now with Icebox going out, that almost nerfs FunCrew a little bit, right? Like, they're a team that has historically picked that so heavily, and teams will ban it against them specifically, even if they're comfortable on it as well. I think Nerdpunt was like one of the only ones that actually wanted to contest them on it recently, which went interestingly. So XYZ, they've actually been leaning into a little bit more Lotus. Ascent, obviously very common ground for them, as is really for any roster. That's the only 2 maps that they've actually got reps on so far as well. Haven Icebox split hasn't worked out for them. Bind obviously coming back into the fray, we might see some of that, and Fracture being their ban there. So a lot of teams actually not playing Fracture too much. We haven't seen a heap of it this time around. A lot of Pearl, a lot of Lotus, that kind of stuff. So yeah,
I was gonna mention that as well. It's almost like Fracture's gone back to the fringe of the map pool. It's right on the edge that no one really wants to kind of go for it. They'll float it as the decider, but more often than not it gets banned out and your decider goes to something like Haven instead. We'll take a look at Ascent here for FunCrew. Pretty much the staple map when it comes to Valorant in my mind. It's the map that you should probably have a lot of your practice on at least, because you know it's generally going to be the fallback for a lot of teams. Not necessarily one of the main picks. We're seeing a lot of, you know, Pearl and Lotus in our region be the main picks here. So I'd kind of look to follow along the lines of something like we're getting Lotus and Pearl, and then the deciders are being either Ascent or Haven. You got Split coming back now as well a little bit, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's like where it's going to really come down to teams like NerdPunt, who are trying to make that kind of further development of their roster, what maps they play. Because if we all end up just playing Ascent, Bind, etc., it's just going to kind of run the gauntlet as per usual. No further development. Scene's got to improve itself. But part of that, as we were sort of alluding to, right? XYZ, newer team. Spoke with Logic. Let's see what he has to say.
My gen's Logic. I'm playing for XYZ. Yeah, feeling well. Like, our games aren't going as expected, but still having fun. Yeah, we're just trying to keep our chemistry up, and I think that plays a big part in getting the win, trying to keep everyone's mental in track. So we were a team back in Split 1, and we unfortunately bombed out of that. We got taken out by the Who. And then we came back into Split 2, obviously looking for revenge, with Main Desio as our new 5th player. And we qualified, and that was really good. And we got our revenge against the Who as well.
And there it is. Oh, he's got it. 2v1, and Mirza falls.
Yeah, so tilt is like it's a big factor, honestly, in whether you win the game or not. If someone's having a rough game and their mental's pretty down and they're starting to tilt, I think you just need all the other boys to help them out and try to get them back into the game. So with Icebox being taken out and Bind being put back in, I think like a lot of teams, as Bind wasn't changed too much, I think a lot of teams will already be pretty strong on that map. And Icebox being taken out, I know a few teams such as Fun Crew and all them were all pretty strong on Icebox. So I think it will change up the map picks a lot, yeah.
Well, 2 players now, they line up for him. Easy game with the ace! Oh my god, XYZ!
Alright, so this week we're going to be going up against Fun Crew. We versed them plenty of times. It's a really fun game all the time. Generally, it's a close game. But yeah, we're all looking forward to it. We're practicing a lot for that. Hopefully we get the win.
He's there, but he falls exempt. It's too good. Logic again! He's still going straight through the smoke!
Yeah, so like hearing, 95X, Fun Crew, NerdPunt all at the top, it's like as expected, but yeah, it does sort of annoy me a bit that we're not up there as well. But I think if you put in a bit more hours, definitely can be there.
Well, hearing a player talk about actually practicing is nice, and I love that as well towards the end, kind of alluding to the fact that, NerdPunt, 95X, Fun Crew, we hear all about it, but they are beatable, right? They're not that far ahead. They're not that incredible. And as we've sort of seen, even like in a LAN setting over the weekend, Giants can still be taken down. And I think that's a very, very important thing. No longer is that level of gatekeeping prevalent. We don't have the Order winning every single event for 2 years straight going on anymore. And a lot of those players have either retired or gone overseas. So it's so winnable. It's so awesome to see that there is that level of development. And, hearing from Logic's a perfect sort of summary of what that means to a player.
Yeah, and of course, scrims and practice needs to be in the development mindset, right? You're developing to get better. You're not going for scrim bucks and scrim wins. You're implementing your strategies to fine-tune them. And of course, you're going to have your pocket teams that you want to be practicing against and everything. But when push comes to shove, it's that age-old question, Mitch. If you're going up against these teams and officials and they're a higher level of competition, are you going to be practicing against them? Because then it kind of gives your hand away, right? So there's always going to be that kind of to and fro between practice and officials and the teams that you bring on to scrim against and whatnot. So I think going in with that practice mindset is very good as well. But you got to remember, one of the other things that you hear in that interview with Logic is mentality, right? You got to make sure that you're always keeping your mental focus on the game, because we're coming into the 3rd year of Valorant right now. If you're getting players come up, you kind of need to make sure that their mental is a bit strong, or it's not weak, I think is the way that we should be framing it here. If you've got an IGL who's developing, or you're as a team, take those timeouts if you're tilting a little bit, because if you don't have a coach, like a lot of our teams kind of don't, because we're not maybe at that level where we've got salary coaches or something like that, take those timeouts. You've got them, use them, maybe not to talk about strategy, but just to have a breath.
Trust your leader, I think, is the most important thing as well as a part of it. But that's where it comes down now to what we think about what the, result of the night is going to be, at least for this opening game. And Komodo, I think it's no surprises that we're running along this line here, right? It's nothing personal. It's just Fun Crew fighting, right? FC fighting. They've been a roster that has changed heavily, but they're certainly beatable. They always have been beatable, I think. It's just kind of maybe teams give them a little bit too much respect in their players individually, because I definitely can see, if you put that pressure on, quite often it's a thing of where Fun Crew come out really strong, like individually, as opposed to looking super hot as a team. So I think some good fundamentals could knock them over, but for now, I just don't really see it. I think Fun Crew got to remain strong.
Yeah, I agree with you. We've seen the consistency from the players individually over the time and time again. We've got a couple of, maybe slip-ups here and there from these players, but ultimately they're able to pick themselves back up. So I see no reason why a team like Fun Crew wouldn't be ready for today to just kind of come out of the gate swinging. So that's why they get my prediction.
Absolutely. And of course, instead of listening us dribble about what we think of certain Valorant lore or maps or questions or anything like that, we actually spoke to the players, and I liked the questions, so let's run it back.
The worst agent in Valorant? It's got to be Killjoy. Super annoying to verse, to be honest, and in your rank queues, her utility is just, immovable, and with no coordination, it's impossible to get through.
Yeah, Cypher. I absolutely hate Cypher. I always run into his trips, and I just absolutely hate him.
The worst agent, in my opinion, is Reyna. I hate Reyna mains. They sit there, they just run around brain dead, trying to take dumb kills, and then half the time they get away with it because it's a brain dead character.
Reyna. Yeah, Reyna's the worst agent. Oh, my fault.
Probably just trying to play another game competitively, maybe League.
Definitely my uni degree. I mean, I already focused a lot of time to that, but I enjoy it, so I would put more and more time into it.
I was big on golf before entering into the Valorant scene, so maybe I'd touch back on golf. It's a good sport.
Like some sort of fighting sport. I did martial arts for 10 years of my life. I was like quite a high level.
Ooh, this is hard. I don't know if I'd whether go back to hockey or to go pick up mixed martial arts again, because I used to do that. I was somewhat competitive with that. But again, I put on some weight, I played a bit of video games, and I don't know, we'll see how it is.
Muzz doesn't do what? Muzz does MMA? The fuck?
Easy K. So he's definitely the most underrated player. He is insane at pretty much anything. Chuck him anything and he'll just throw you up.
Muzz. And he's just fucking goat on Killjoy, I swear. The guy has the craziest clutch factor. I don't know, he just clutches, like, I don't know how he pulls it out of his ass. He's sharp as fuck. I don't know, he's just nuts, bro, I swear.
Favorite player? Actually, I got two. I love the twins. They're the best. Feta and Biggie. I was hanging out with them last night. They look similar, they talk similar, and they're both funny dudes. They're just too funny.
Go-to snack? It's got to be the bananas. Healthy and good brain food.
Caffeinated drink or some quick carbs.
A Blue V.
Oh, see, I don't really eat, but if I had to, the pink monster. I think everyone's seen it on stream already.
Best team logo? That's a tough one. Maybe Fun Crew. I'm a big fan of the Pandas.
Probably Fun Crew. Fun Crew is the best team logo. I like it.
Because I really like our logo. I also like Nerd Punch logo.
Fun Crew for sure. I think Fun Crew, they're nice.
Yeah, 100%. Right here. It's Mammoth time. I'm going to be climbing up that leaderboard. Come on, boys.
Listen, all I can say is I want to have a beer with Muzz so badly. That guy, he has similar opinions because Reyna, literally the worst thing. You see someone on Reyna, they're either going to drop 2 kills on your team or 40 on the other. Yeah. So yeah, bugger them both, absolutely ridiculous. And look, I think overall sounds really good to kind of hear from the guys.
Yeah, I definitely agree with a lot of the players saying Reyna. I don't know about the Killjoy and Cypher. Like, it can be annoying to play against, I guess, in that regard, but I don't think they're like the worst agent. I think, self-sufficiency wise, Reyna's really only a competitive, like ranked thing, not really in this competitive environment. Though I will say the most annoying agent to play against, if you're going up against a good Neon, Get out of there.
bro.
Get out of there.
You can't even catch up like my placement of my crosshair. I can't even do it. But and also very quickly, I think like what would you do outside of Valorant for if we weren't, you know, doing our casting or anything like that?
I think I'd still continue with what I'm doing these days generally. Like between work and all the programming and apps that I'm doing and all this car stuff that I'm trying to do, I think it would still be along the lines of that. Or I'd go back to basketball because I did that for over 10 years. So I'd probably go back to that.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, look, insurance is life, right? I guess for me. So yeah, overall it all does do the thing. But TLDR, if you guys have just joined us, we're going to run down the list, of course. So yesterday there was a couple of 2-0s. It was very, very quick. 13-5, 13-5, 13-5, 13-6, I do believe it was. Obviously the Who and Nerd Punt taking them both away. Looking really good. Mac and Pilsky, very sexy gentlemen. And then, you know, we also jumped into our match of the day. That's XYZ versus Fun Crew. Really fun crew. That's kind of the way we were thinking about it. I've skipped ahead. I know that's absolutely fine, but big vouch to XYZ as well because they, you know, managing to bring it forward. Logic, great interview telling us a little bit about what he thinks and, you know, the state of the scene and kind of around those map picks and talking about Icebox and being traded up for Bind, things of that nature. And then the quickfire questions as well, which was a nice little way to get the insight in. Of course, some caffeinated beverages. Rainer sucks. People finding it hard to play against Sentinels. You know, it's all the craze. It's all the per usual. And of course, the most important thing is we got 2 bloody games coming after this very, very shortly. And I think that pretty much sort of summarizes what we've had in store, Fraser, if you agree with me. And Dion, is there anything additional that you want to throw in before we do dive into the series?
Give me a good game so we've all got wrinkle brain, not smooth brain.
Yes, I agree. No chicken fillets. I want that wrinkly, ugly brain games that are going to be coming through for the time. So, yeah, we're going to send it to a break, guys. Make sure you do replenish the drinks and the food, those snacks, and we'll see you very soon with XYZ up against Fun Crew.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
You've come this far, and you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
evening, gamers. We are back. Hello and welcome. I hope you all replenish the beverages because we are going into an exciting night of Valorant as per usual. Valorant Challengers Tour of Oceania, and we are edging closer and closer, Komodo, to crown someone a spot into Ascension. So I'm Kongi. This is Komodo as per usual, guys. You saw the countdown show. You're all there. I know you were. And yeah, we got some gaming ahead of us. And
if you didn't see the countdown show and you're ready to get into some Valorant action for today, how's it going? Welcome to OCE, where the region gives some really good content, and we got players doing the shoot, we got casters doing the yell, and we had that last night. We have that tonight too.
We absolutely do. And of course, if you guys are just diving in for the first time, where have you been, first of all? But we'll give you a little bit of a rundown of what this tournament means. So we've had stage one, that's already been and gone. And then, of course, the relegations did go back and forth, which we actually did manage to take advantage of with XYZ coming into the fold. And yeah, now stage two, of course, we've got that 8-team run at the moment, kind of almost towards the tail end of the groups. That's going to lead to 6 teams in the playoffs. And of course, a top spot will go for Valorant Ascension. Still TBA where that's going to be, but of course it means another international opportunity, right? We have seen a little bit of further development from some of these teams, some of these players, and we've gotten so close. You know, we were over at the APAC VCT last year, Komodo. Order, they were close, but I think we are developing as time does kick on. And of course, there is a prize pool to go along with that. You can buy some, you know, tasty treats whilst you are traveling the world as a part of it, which is very, very nice. So 14K sitting at the tippy top. And of course, everyone has at least walked in with 3 or more.
Yeah, and of course, one thing that just popped into my mind with this money, if you don't actually want to use it for your own kind of reasons and you want to be using it to put back in towards Valorant, get yourself, use the money for a bit of a boot camp. If you're self-sustaining or you know you've got an org and it's not maybe something that they can offer, come together as a team. We've seen a couple of our teams, you know, their orgs. We love that support as well, actually putting in the work and the effort to get everyone together, get those boot camps coming. So maybe that is just an idea if you're, you know, not gonna splash your cash just for some dinner or something like that. That could do that.
Absolutely. So 95X has already done that. They came my way earlier in the year. And then, of course, over the weekend, you know, we did actually have DreamHack where a bunch of the teams came down and got amongst the LAN and also used that time to practice and have a drink together, which was absolutely beautiful. But there was games last night. They were a bit quick. So Mac and Pilsky got to experience what it's like to be half-day con cannon for a little bit, which was absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, I guess it's a good sign. You know, Nerd Punt obviously coming out very, very strong. I believe both their matches were 13-5 and 13-6, whereas on the other side of the coin, we did have, of course, damn, remind me, Jesus Christ, now it's already run away from me, literally talking about it 2 seconds ago. 13-6, the Who and Guangzhou Long Lions. So 35, 35, both those matches, of course. So the Who, which kind of, you know, a level of resurgence into stage 2. You know, we did have the Who +2, kind of loosely stage 1. You know, they're coming back, looking good. And, you know, Guangzhou, who is a team that I thought could have been really, really solid, just isn't really stepping up to the plate as we expected them to.
Yeah, of course, when you've got Zort kind of going a little bit ballistic in the game, it makes it difficult is the word I'll probably use here, but the Who certainly stepping up where we need them to be. But, you know, when we're looking towards the top teams of what we've got in this group stage right now, we saw Nerd Punt, as you mentioned, get a pretty clean victory. We're looking to, I guess, 95X and Fun Crew as the teams, right, to step up. Are they going to continue to get some good victories here to, I guess, meet with Nerd Punt, who are currently at the top because they've played that extra game so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So these teams, as you mentioned, they've at least got something else to play for this week. We will start to get a little bit of a further understanding, but I think it's pretty safe to say we're already getting a loose understanding of what this is going to look like in this top 6. Mammoth kind of have to rely on not only wins, but also a little bit of RNG in teams losing and things like that.
Yeah.
XYZ still have a chance, but it really sits between the Who, Koopa Troopers, and Guangzhou, who are going to be the ones to kind of take that next one, right? They've got 5 games played already, and it just determines what 95X and Fun Crew end up doing. And I think, you know, given the kind of distance between some of these teams, it is going to be tough. It is going to be challenging. But the thing that we spoke about was that some of these teams, they rock up to what they think to be an easy series, and maybe it's not so steezy sometimes. So that is always a chance. But until then, you know, we'll wait to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the thing that you mentioned there as well for Mammoth, right? It's always going to be a bit of a difficult pill to swallow that your longevity throughout this tournament does kind of rely on a lot of teams getting some maybe smackings. So for them, if XYZ lose very convincingly here tonight, that probably gives Mammoth a bit of an in to try and not be in that 7th to 8th mark, because they'd get a win. Their round differential would supposedly be better. That is, you know, one avenue of approach that they're maybe relying upon a little bit, but it's got to be a hard feeling to have.
Absolutely. You got to rock up and do your absolute best. But if you don't, you know, then you're squandering your opportunity that you've got to even play in this competition, right? It's a privilege to be here, and the teams are really giving it their all so far. So individual stats as well, I think, has been a really crucial item, especially once we had like players like, you know, Maple and Swirl fly the coop, so to speak. We have got an opportunity for plenty of different players to pop up. Now, Zork and Feta, they're not playing tonight, but EasyK, Mike, and Norson are. So Mike and Norson, their situation is really unique because they could boost that ACS up very high, or they could have a pretty crap game and fall off a little bit. But I guess overall, they've got a really solid position to kind of boost themselves forward on this leaderboard.
I guess you could say the same thing about EasyK as right, because he's going to be the opponent coming into this one. So there's a chance that, you know, he snuck in here into this leaderboard for today. Maybe it falls off and we get a new 5th player to come up. Of course, Zork wasn't on the leaderboard yesterday and he was able to shoot up. So it kind of does make you wonder how close is the gap between the likes of 5th and 6th and following on with that the ACS mark.
Yeah, well, look, with Icebox going out and Bind coming in, maybe Fun Crew have been nerfed a little bit. So we'll wait to see ultimately what's going to be coming out of that. But we do have a schedule that we'll throw in your screens right now. A cheeky reminder of what games are going to be coming up tonight. Of course, as we mentioned, XYZ and Fun Crew first up, and then 95X and Mammoth, which is going to be a solid run, both of those games. Think, you know, as we sort of mentioned, really should kind of be a 2-0 either way. Do you think any of them are a little bit more one-sided than the other, or not really?
Oh, that's hard to say, because like I've seen a bit of slip-ups from 95X lately, but when it's, you know, just a little a different environment, when you're at a LAN that's just for some, you know, prize money, yes, it's a LAN, but there's a caveat to what was happening there. You come into this and you know it's your official to try and go into Ascension, which is a big prize. It's you know, our big official pathway here in OCE. I think that they'll be giving more in this, and being comfortable in their own setup as well is always going to be a big thing. So I'm thinking, if I'm trying to weigh up both games, I would say on paper the 95X game should be cleaner against Mammoth, but I don't want to write them off because I still think the Fun Crew could give a good smacking to XYZ. But again, there's always that chance. So I think I would be safe here, Mitch, in saying that it should be Fun Crew 95X, but there's going to be a chance for some damage to be dealt.
Yeah, well, I think going back to it, Mammoth actually almost took a map off one of these top teams only recently on Pearl. So there's always a chance. You never know. These things can occur. But let's reintroduce the teams as per usual. Fun Crew will be the first that we roll on through this time round. Now, these players don't really need a reintroduction. They are kind of a group where there's been a little bit of pushing and pulling, right? This Fun Crew kind of roster has always been based around like Fleshist and Easy and like Lou historically. I think like Dragon was on there for a little bit. There was definitely some changes, but it's now the Scrawl and Norson combo and Punda and Mike who have been tossed together and becoming a part of this. And they've all got their webcams on. That's beautiful. Love to see it. The guys are all here. Fleshist wearing his finest. And yeah, look, overall, really solid roster that can definitely do some damage. But yeah, tell me. Give me.
Does Mike have some boys in the background this time again? Because wasn't it...
Oh, did he have mates over?
Who was it that played from his place last time as well? Was it Zork? Was it, or was it someone else? Because it was like his setup that someone else played on as well, like in the same night, I think it was.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, remembering back a little bit, I believe. But yeah, it's
making friends,
some mates
making
over.
friends in gaming. You know, you love to see it. Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely. XYZ also now to run through their roster. Of course, as I sort of mentioned, you know, this is a team that came back in for Stage 2. You know, they made it through those relegations. So Logic, Main, Songri, EasyK, and Alucard. And EasyK, you know, sitting in that top 5 right now. So tell me a little bit more, Dion.
EasyK carry, I think, is going to have to be one of the big things to come in towards this roster. I think we need guns a-blazing from him, maybe early on against Fun Crew. You know, if you're looking to pick up the pistol and continue on from there, it would be good. Is he playing in the dark? Maybe he gets, you know, the gamer hours, you got to get situated nicely. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to really put my finger on XYZ at the moment, because you know, being brutally honest, we haven't really seen too much from them. Like, they've gotten a victory in this tourney so far against the Who, which you can probably take a lot from.
That's
you know, you're winning that
good.
You're winning that 2-1, but you're winning 2 maps in overtimes. So I think there's something to be said in that as well.
Look, they've been practicing. That's the main thing, right? You know, and not having the same level of experience, of course. Like the grassroots of, you know, Valorant in Oceania and locally is still a little bit of an interesting beast. You know, some teams might not take the practice as seriously as others. But once you make that step into this 8, it kind of gives you a little bit more of a status, a little bit more of a power position, and having those regular officials as well. Group stage means that you're not playing 2 games and you're eliminated, right? You get to run it through, have, you know, sort of 6, 7, 8 games that you play, all best of 3 streamed, and a good part of it, which I think is absolutely awesome. So our head-to-head, Komodo, that you threw together, tell me a little bit more about this matchup that we have got going. Of course, Norson and Easy K.
Yeah, I picked these guys because they were mirrored Sentis, right? But they were also on the top 5 ACS leaderboard. So it's roles that you generally don't associate with high fragging potential, but players and names that hopefully are going to be turning a couple of heads. You know, Norson has been one of the players in our region that I'd say has a wild fan base. You know, he's certainly not someone that kind of goes under the radar. So if we're stacking him up against here, I think the scales will go in his favor. But for Easy K, you know, there's something to, I don't know, maybe emulate or learn from the play style of Norson, you know, because we've seen a lot of teams, you know, they try to emulate EU Valorant a lot of the time. Maybe Norson's doing that, but if you're wanting to tackle maybe quote the best Sentinel in our region, you know, you got to be reviewing what he's doing to try and get the better of him in these angles. So I think in that merit for Easy K, there's an essence of trying to one up Norson in a lot of different playing fields.
Well, it's just like thinking about how many good Sentinels we've actually had in the region, like Texter, RDW, you know, like all the way through. We just had these crazy players, and then Internationals, another step up, Sugetsu, like all those kind of guys. So I feel like the Sentinel role has so much pressure on it, but you also can, you know, perform because you usually are that, you know, site tank on your lonesome, especially on some of those maps that, you know, Haven, Lotus with the 3 maps that you got to lock it down. Of course, 3 sites rather. You have to kind of feel that pressure of taking all that control on your lonesome. And now we're seeing it, you know, like Swirl's even playing it overseas as a part of his roster as well. So yeah, lots of pressure, but definitely a role where you can perform. So maps, as we mentioned, they've changed, right? Icebox out, Bind in. So what's the veto that is coming up in front of us right now? Not needing to pull that away. So there you go. Fun Crew have gone with Bind. So I think they'll be happy with that. Ascent's a good one for them, and Lotus running in for XYZ. So I don't really feel surprised by this. I think Fun Crew, like obviously very good at Ascent rather. And I do remember having a pretty decent Bind from them as well. It's been a little bit.
You got to remember, completely different roster though since Bind has been back. So it would kind of be a bit of a clean slate, though no one, you know, doesn't know how to play Binds. They've played it before. They just need to do it as a team.
Yeah, Bind, Ascent, of course, and Haven, you know, the original 3. We did have Split in there, but everyone hated playing Split. So it's going to be a very common ground for so many of these teams. And I do remember some of the players, of course, on Fun Crew had really sort of solid results up here. So I'm more interested to see what the agent composition is actually going to be here, Komodo, because that should actually talk the talk for us a fair bit. So let's see
Lotus
what that's actually going to be. Yeah, Lotus is the one for us. But still, as it develops, you know, exactly. Do we have a Gecko? Do we have a Harbor? Because those are the things that have been really, really powerful with those kind of sites and the way it works through. So straight in, Norson going to be onto the Killjoy. Okay,
right,
so it is.
Omen to me suggests that you're going to have another wall agent. So it is scroll on Viper. It's actually for both teams.
Yep.
And
there you go. The Gecko. It's here. Yep. Makes sense. Mike onto the chamber, Flesh us onto the sky. So we do have some decent separation in what these guys are going to be playing. No real Sentinel on the side of XYZ.
Look, I don't think you really need it when it comes down to this. If you're being proactive and you're capitalizing upon your breach stuns, if you're capitalizing on what information potentially Songri can get off Gecko as well, you know, you're looking at Easy K on Raze to get a bunch of damage here. You're looking for Main to kind of reactively smoke and reimburse a lot of those choke point smokes as well. And then maybe for Alucard, you know, what conditioning you can kind of do with the Viper wall. So I think in that merit, they don't necessarily need a Sentinel, but it does kind of change the mark against North Dawson, because he's running into his Killjoy. You know that that's going to be a difficult prospect that you have to try and overcome. And then when you're backing up things with Mike now going back on towards the chamber as well, it's been a touching point that players like to be playing chamber on Lotus. Why does, you know, chamber come back on Lotus? Generally because of his rendezvous around the C site. But regardless, Mitch, we've got a pistol around here to start things off.
We do indeed, and Mike's already all the way out, but he will have to fall off the line immediately, spotted straight back in. And now we are getting a little bit of action towards C Long. There will be that Dizzy to come out straight away, and information is gathered. Scroll, look at him go. Norson also picking another. The double up there, nice and easy. And all of a sudden, it's Easy K in a 1-on-4.
Well, we'll see what he can do. He's got those paint shells available, but the site control has come on in, and Norton is just going to push over toward the sea holes and take Easy K's head off. So immediately, Mitch, head to head is just that.
Super crisp, super quick, very, very easy coming through from Fun Crew. And it was not really anything overly complex or anything, just straight out a main from Mike trying to get some further info with a headhunter. And then ultimately, you know, opening that door, trying to sort of line it up in C Long. And it's just nice and easy. So good to see that those ghosts are getting the job done very quickly. And from there, yeah, a good foothold so far for Fun Crew.
Yeah, we're just going to have the purchaser for Songri here running in with the Marshal. So we'll see potentially what damage he can do. Not running in with a mosh pit either. You know, there's no defuse or really any damage that came out from XYZ. And unfortunately for Songri, bit of a headache as the Headhunter is going to immediately remove him from this round. Just taking a look quickly, Mitch, at what sort of conditioning we may have early on with these Viper walls as well. You can see that Fun Crew are cutting the C site in half over towards Mound, but for XYZ, it's across the front of B and over towards Rubble.
Still holding the line as best as possible, getting some info. Logic actually might be able to hop onto that line. No tag, though. Flashist, Mike, getting it done. So once again, main, last one done, and that's all she wrote. So very well done from Fun Crew. They've been able to pull it through. And now should be that bonus to play into.
Yeah, Mike is going to take that Marshal from the previous round as well because he only ran in with his Headhunter. So on this mark, he'll be able to get an Operator potentially into his hands nice and early on and really capitalize on the jetless nature that this map is kind of starting to become with. You know, we always had way back when Chamber was kind of that substitute for Jet, right? Or you'd run the Chamber alongside the Jet because you can quickly get out of a sticky situation. So we'll see if that is going to eventuate a little bit later. But for right now, focus on XYZ to get activated into this map because it is their first chance at a buy.
Just shouldering that one out, Songri. Not quite finding it. Dizzy over the top, seeing if something is there available. And it looks like there was a little bit of a spot there. Still get used to Gecko, hey, like super interesting agent. Glad to see that some people are adopting it as best as possible. But no real action as of yet. They do push towards B, push towards C, just trying to see if there's going to be any mistake made by XYZ so far. But they're pretty stalwart here and just chilling.
One thing to notice, though, is there's a bunch of these agents that have a high count for their ultimate abilities. So potential for Fun Crew to gather a lot of those orbs. Their priority on Scroll right now, 2 away from the Viper's Pit. We'll see what the challenge at the B site, however, does come to be with his main finds Mike for the starter. And that's going to look to be unanswered in reply.
Still very slow, isn't it? Waiting to see if anything does occur. Flasher should get some info off the back of the guiding light. Once again, the Poison Cloud will keep them at bay. So they look a little bit scared here. I don't think they're overly keen. Can take the door, make their way towards B. That does seem, you know, relatively open there. We've got main sitting back from the link, but well, as they start to move in here, it's going to be the only option.
It's interesting, right? XYZ have to put numbers onto these sites because they aren't running with the Sentinel. You just saw Songri run the Wingman in over towards the A site. Now that they know that the spike is being planted, they know something's happening at B, Mitch, and well, there's a bit of damage here as the spike is planted. Still, XYZ holding player advantage.
Very recoverable here. Need to not make any mistakes. Fleshist obviously holding upper, nice and close. But it looks like they are going to walk out of that C connector very, very soon. The Dizzy goes out, but it doesn't quite connect. Now that guiding light is available, but the mosh pit actually making it really challenging, but it's not going to matter. Fleshist straight in. Songri goes down. Now back into that 3-on-2. Fleshist, easy peasy lemon squeezy from the man inside upper. He locks them down, locks it out, and Fun Crew, they pull away the bonus. That's a cruisy third round, Komodo, at the disadvantage.
Yeah, kind of rough at the end of that for XYZ. I don't think I caught them catching, or rather breaking that door either. So it's kind of one-dimensional in where they're having their retake from. A great flash from Fleshist up at the top of the plat. And he just has to spin around and put focus back onto the site because he's cleared it out after finding the kill on towards Songri. So bit of a pick-me-up for XYZ, a bit of a talk that they need to have coming in towards this round, because it is just going to be the Sheriffs. Fun Crew winning that bonus. They got Vandals all around, getting closer to that ultimate territory as well. You know, the Scroll's got the Viper's Pit available, and Songri, as he's been playing this A side by himself, Mitch, it might be a little bit problematic for him, because that's where Fun Crew are starting to head. And what is he on? Is that 1 HP? 2.
Yeah, 2. Very low. The paranoia at least helps him out for a little bit to sort of reposition accordingly. Main did rotate around, got into position now. They will join on the site, but Punda just maximum chilling, waiting to see if anything will come their way. He's got a paranoia out himself. Doesn't even need the shot. Songri gets his head ripped off very, very quickly. EasyK's paint shells will keep them at bay, but yeah, this round should just be nice and simple for Fun Crew. Site control taken. Fault line will damage them slightly. EasyK, not a bad response here. Norson, though, will be able to get the catch and the equalizer, and that site taken.
There's a chance for damage here with Flesh going down. I would have liked to see him use the regrowth to get some HP back on the boys, because this is where things get a little bit awkward. Scroll, he manages to equalize things back. But this damage, these Sheriffs are getting some weaponry fire in here, Mitch. And at the end of the day, that is 5 Sheriffs in the round for XYZ and only 1 player remaining for Fun Crew. If this was a swing round, that would be very unfortunate for Fun Crew. But the fact that they have all the money backed up already doesn't really mean too much.
Crazy sort of perspective. Hey, you know, every single kill got traded, but it was Fun Crew at the end of the day that had that single man advantage. So by trading it back and forth, they were able to secure the round. But as you mentioned, obviously, they take quite a heavy hit to the economy. It's not horrible, you know, winning that bonus, dragging it forward. Norson's got cash for days, so he's golden. Ultimates are up as well, 3 of a piece, but XYZ, they do get a little bit closer. So they're not going to be overly upset by that position, I guess you could say. But still, it's, you know, 4 rounds on the attacker's side that Fun Crew have been able to establish, and not making it easy on XYZ at all.
Yeah, the attacker's side is actually what Fun Crew have gotten majority rounds on in their matches on this map completely, right? So for XYZ, who have, you know, more often than not relied on it being a bit more of a balance, the overtime that I mentioned against the Who, that the attacker's side was what they did good on, but that's kind of an outlier. So we need to see something from XYZ, at least on their defensive side, to make their attacker side easier, Mitch. And for this round, that's a gun round with the spike being going down and Norson just fragging. It's hard.
Alucard actually got caught by the side of the lockdown as well, but he does manage to recover, at least finds 1, but that's due to a over-aggressive Punda, I would say. Did try to have a little bit of a look through. Trailblazer goes in, and they're okay for the time being. Nice little guiding line in. Mike's going to be able to pick that one up. There is another in Logic, not too far behind. It looks like he's potentially going to be going down here as well. Mike actually has the rendezvous still up as well. So Songri, Logic, they're going to have to head out of here. And it's an unfortunate sort of situation again. You know, this is another scenario where old, you know, Lotus makes it really, really tricky for those defenders if you don't have kind of enough control of the map early on, right? You know, they're playing off the sites. They're not really in aggressive positions, taking groups as a team. They are just very much chilling. And, you know, this actually could be another frag for Norson. No, it won't be. But 3 alive for Fun Crew, 5 rounds secured. 2 up for XYZ. You know, not a good position for them to be in, despite having the Rolling Thunder. And only 1 point away from both the Viper's Pit and the Showstopper.
If XYZ want to find a rounds, they either need to be taking Norson out early because just his fragging potential is getting the things done, or they need to take out Flesh just because the info that he's getting off the Trailblazer and the guiding light's actually forcing XYZ back, putting them into an uncomfortable position is a real pressure point. So I want to see them try to isolate one of those 2 players, maybe when we get the next gun round, because this is a bit of a half by force. Maybe they find Mike, and they do manage to do so.
Happy days. Good start. That's the first time we've actually seen an advantage go their way. It is quickly traded out. Punda finding Alucard, but this is when Norson goes walkabout. This time a little sharper. We'll be able to find Main. So advantage thrown back, but Komodo, big thing here. Despite Scroll having control of that site, Logic and EasyK do have that retake utility as well. Songri only 1 point away from a little bit of something if he does pick up that Thrash.
I don't see a world in which they use it in a round such as this, however, because they don't have a clean flank. They don't have agents that can get that pretty much undetected and bail out. You have deep info that is already gathered from Fun Crew, and there's just too much time taken away already. You can't really justify using these big ultimates if you don't get a pick, you know, in the first 10 seconds, but they're going to look to go with it, I guess. Scroll on a Songri makes things a little bit more difficult.
EasyK might be able to get something. The Shrouded Step baits him in, and I think that was actually the ultimate popped, right? So it didn't go anywhere.
I wonder if it was an accident.
Yeah, it could have been. Definitely could have been. I think he might have panicked thinking something was happening. Little unfortunate because now off the back of that, you know, XYZ have all of their ultimates available, bar the Showstopper. So yeah, I don't know. I guess the only commentary I can make so far, Komodo, is that this, you know, we expected this to be a quick one. It's still got plenty of game left, but 6-0 start. XYZ, they just look uncomfortable on this defensive side of Lotus.
I guess in a world where EZK finds one with the Showstopper early on, maybe they've got Songri alive, it becomes 3 versus 3, and then they've got, you know, a multi-pronged retake, but time ticking away very rapidly as well. Unfortunately for them, they won't have that Showstopper to play with in this new round, but what they do have is 4 other ultimates, right? It can definitely be round defining if you use that Rolling Thunder before FunCrew can get in, because they don't have a bailout of their own lockdown, or, you know, it's one way to abuse the Viper's Pit if Scroll throws it down.
A little shaky there.
The problem, Mitch, is
getting done by the Boombot.
They're already in the B site. That's the problem.
That's exactly what I mean. You know, they've got 3 in the little broken door room. You know, that's just kind of unacceptable, really, in this position. Thrash does go out. That may be able to isolate them a little bit. It has been denied. So, you know, again, this utility that's just not getting used in the way they kind of want to. Songri has picked up one, quickly traded by Mike. Main goes down. They don't have any seaside control, but look at this flank. Only just noticing it coming in from Punda. He should be able to take down Alucard. Is still in the Viper's Pit, but Mike's got 3. That's B that has been opened up for the story. 40 seconds left. Songri has to go hard on this flank. Now, no, the whiff. Oh, no, Songri could have been the man to do it all. Now it's all onto Alucard. 1v4 Komodo. There's one. Can he hold it down any longer? Might be able to get a little bit of further info. Further info secured. 3. Alucard. What are they doing? FunCrew are throwing right now. 6 bullets. Hope and a dream. 20 seconds. Fleshist has to run away. Does he even have time to get to the site? He will, but it's going to be tight. 1v1 clutch. What's going on?
Yeah, look, in a world where I'm a nice guy, I'm saying well done, Alucard. You've just gotten a 1 versus 3 potentially this round because Fleshist is on 30 HP. But just the sheer analyst and Valorant 100%er in me wants to say FunCrew, you kind of have whiffed this round on the back of XYZ whiffing their shots, because you've gone C into a Viper's Pit. You could have just had your 4 players leave and go to the other side of the map. See if Fleshist can win this one, though, Conky. He is playing up on the plat. He's been seen, and Alucard, well, it's just the boards that get the job done at the end of the day. A 4K for Alucard, and that is a round that XYZ have not won. That is a round that FunCrew have lost.
Komodo, I've said it once, twice, 10 million times in this region. You do not win a 1v4, you lose a 4v1, and that was a perfect example. But you know FunCrew, right? They're just laughing, they're chilling, they're not super worried about that round at all. And look, they shouldn't be, right? It's more of a concern of why they actually tried to go for that, you know, maybe trying to give Mike the 4K, whatever. But you run into a Viper's Pit, and you're going to feel the fury, right? Those toxic positions is always going to make it tough inside the decay. So XYZ get away with murder in that round. First one picked up for them. Hopefully, this will be enough juice to think, God damn, this team is beatable.
I don't think so. I think that's just a little bit of a blunder from FunCrew.
Well, there you go.
This is exactly why.
Straight off the bat.
Through the Dizzy, gets 2. EZK good for 2 of his own. He needs a 3rd, but Mike is just going ham. That is an overinvestment in my mind of this, because Mike is just showing that he's playing his best Call of Duty impression. And Alucard, can you back up a 1 versus 4 with a 1 versus 3 outside of the pit?
My guy's just B-hopped over the Rolling Thunder and gotten a flick 4K. That was handsome. Not mad at all, to be honest.
Spike goes down.
Give him the
Alucard. 1 versus 3. Mike is going to reveal. Oh,
he knows.
Now he knows. Let's see if he can get it on the line.
Oh!
Decapitated.
Damn. It happens. Hey, winnable. Alucard, he won a 1v4 in the previous.
Yeah, 3 1v1s here, Mitch.
Close. Yeah, exactly. They just need to find the line, find the cross. They've already got the crossfire secured, so it's going to be fine. A little bit of a whiff there from Scroll, but Fleshist, he can pick it back up. So well done in the end from Mike. Another big round from him, but this time round, they will not throw. They'll secure a 7th, and yeah, this is just looking a little bit too breezy so far for FunCrew.
No, that map is actually gone.
Hey, listen, I miss text on Breeze, okay? Come on, bring it back. Breeze wasn't a good map, though. I will admit that.
I miss people trying to make the argument that Killjoy was good on Breeze.
Yeah, look. It is just such a weird position, though. Like, remember how good Cypher was on Breeze? Like, that didn't even make any sense.
But the ultimate can't cover it.
Exactly, yeah,
Killjoy.
correct.
All right, well, let's focus on Lotus here, Mitch. Not gonna lie, I thought that was an actual kill to come out from the Phantom through the box, but it's actually Easy K to start things off, and he's pilfered a Vandal.
Not a bad start. Punda gets the response. Clutchman Alucard taken out of the server. Looks like the site has actually been controlled as well. Easy K with that Vandal might be a good position to work with, but Songri, his partner in crime, has been taken down. Mike already all the way up towards the site, so there's the satchel there, just on the other side of the dark cover. But look at the positional advantage that they've already got. Fun Crew have been allowed in there. They're not even getting charged rent at this point. Parents let them live there till the age of 30. Norson does spot out Logic. Main was behind, does get a response. Maybe there's a world where they can get back into this here, but no Easy K. He's taken down. Main will be punished too. So once again, it's Fun Crew denying all service of XYZ. And 8 rounds is certainly not a bad position to be in at all. And I am looking at how early my night may be once more.
Yeah, the time difference between WA to Melbourne to NZ, I mean, you know, it could technically even be an early one for the New Zealand crew when we're usually seeing it over midnight and such. But for XYZ, the one round that's been, and I'm doing air quotes here, chat, gifted to them, may very well be the only one that they get, because Fun Crew are just kind of 100%ing things here, dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Through this timeout, I don't really think they need to be talking about the game, to be honest. 8-1 scoreline. It is the timeout of XYZ, by the way, because they themselves need a real big discussion here. You know, our head-to-head, Easy K, someone that we need to be seeing in a shining light. The spotlight's not on him whatsoever.
Listen, 10 gifted. Komodo takes his shirt off on stream. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's TOS.
True. Actually true. Never mind. Okay. Tack timeout by XYZ. I think it's an important time to do so for them, you know, just so to get the head back into it. You can't tilt off this one, right? Like, this can't be a game where you feel the frustration, where you feel the pressure. You know you're coming in as the underdogs in a map like this, and that's where the mental game becomes so important. Because overall, you know, it is a tough position to be in, irrespective. You know, you're the underdog of the whole competition. You can't come in feeling the sweat. You've either got to come in thinking that you're the best team in the composition, even if that's untrue, or just focus and have some bloody fun with it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Alucard can bring something back for XYZ come this round, because he's gotten some good kills so far, but he kind of needs to just draw blood away from Fun Crew. Already in towards the B side, Mitch.
Already in. Very, very quick. Once more, the B side has been murked time and time again. Viper's Pit does move out. Alucard is just around it. He actually does manage to get the catch on the Punda as well. Songri walking in, trying to fight this duel. May get the spot, but no Fleshes will be able to find it. Faultline does catch, but still chilling. 4 versus 4. A Scroll can reposition. 2 coming in from uppers, though now. Fleshes is going to be the first one to take point, but Alucard, no, hasn't seen them underneath, and there we go. Another capitalized on. Main will be able to drop the Viper's Pit, but now it's onto Easy K inside this 1v2, and he's going to be caught by Norson. Another round, Fun Crew decimate, locking them all out, and it was just too easy again.
Yeah, even if he wasn't caught out by, you know, trying to escape with the satchel just there, and Norson rips his head off, right? The lockdown would be a problematic factor, because there's 2.5 seconds before he tries to bail out, and that's where it gives enough time on that 2.5 seconds for Fun Crew to just, you know, reassess quickly. It's a 2 versus 1. You just get a quick crossfire, and you shouldn't be dropping that round. So the rapid approach from Fun Crew, very nicely done after a tactical timeout. You know, we like seeing those. We like seeing the fast pace after those timeouts, catch your opponents off guard. It's happened again, Mitch, and we go into round number 11, where it's a bit of a party mix buy to come through for XYZ, but they do get the opening kill. Can they convert it?
Super important position to be in. Mike does get the response, though. Scroll also there. Songri hasn't really had the best of games. Not super big amounts of impact so far on this Gecko. It's all sort of fallen back onto Easy K time and time again, right, Main?
Yeah.
Final position to be in. 2 versus 3. Just backs up against the wall constantly.
Yeah, they know that there was someone else at the seaside as well, right? Because Easy K's paint shells was spotted out by the Trailblazer of Fleshes, so they know that there were 2 players there. The only unknown quantity is Main. You got about 15 seconds now that has gone before that information was found. So now you'd have no idea where Main and Easy K were, but the Seekers go out and they give you an idea of what's happening. I like the cheeky flank from Norson. He can probably just continue to go with this, Mitch, and then these teammates have the site locked down. Scroll on a Main. They know where Easy K is, and this should be double digits. Scroll's even going to fight him. Nicely done.
Super cruisy. Absolutely cruising. And no real surprises, right? I mean, look, I expected certainly a little bit more of a fight, but like checking out these scorelines, you know, Punda, 5 kills, but just it doesn't even matter that he's not been doing a whole lot. You know, he's had those flanks, use the from the shadows a couple of times to make it work. So Mike, you know, near that top, Norson's also putting in big numbers. Those were 2 of the players that we were discussing about what was going to, you know, look like at the end of the series, right? Given that they were already in that top 5 on the ACS statistics. So Max Cash, Max Payne, crushing it.
Didn't know that these teams trying to go to Spain without the S. That's a different, you know, final destination for Valorant. Already EasyK's lost his life. Songri's been spotted out. He hasn't really seen too much action over towards the A side where he's had a fighting chance, and he's not going to get one either. Scroll, again, just clinical, pivotal, in fact. Mike is there to assist, and this is just looking, honestly, like Fun Crew are kind of having a Smurf day.
And really, that should be what the case is going to be, right? You know, they are a really solid top team that expect to be in a position. They're a team that can represent our region well. So they need to be coming into these games absolutely stomping, and there should be no other question about it. And that's what we're seeing at this point in time right now. 11-1 half. No messing around. Looking to decimate. Looking to make this one a quick evening for themselves. And yeah, it's certainly looking that way at this point in time, right? Yeah. We've got Bind around the corner. Kind of a bit of a question mark there, you know, and I'm never gonna like close out a series early in the sense, right, that how often do we see these teams take each other's map picks, especially, you know, when you've got like a pocket pick like Lotus or something like that. It's just so common. Teams are going to be ready for this, and I feel like Lotus is a map where, like, you know, if you've got a pretty solid T side or attacking side, like as you do with Fun Crew, right, individuals that are solid, it just is so bloody hard to defend against, especially when you know you're starting on that defensive side. So XYZ had to have a level of confidence, pick this one, and it's not working out. Oh,
that's not bad from ECK, but they haven't really been good at converting their opening kills whatsoever. One thing I want to add now, you're going on the against the defensive side of Norson on Killjoy, which can pretty much look after a site by himself, and you've got Mike who can bail himself out of a situation too. They're both on the C site. They find EasyK in the lead of trade, and that's just going to send XYZ completely to the other side of the map, where now they have to contend with Norson. Sorry, with Scroll. It just makes it hard, man.
And even an unfortunate situation there of Omen Diff main. Gets the early spot, but can't quite find it. Great use of the snake bite there as well. Dizzy's going to be taken down, so they can reposition accordingly. Just at the bottom of the stairs, Punda's going to take point, though. Now Songri, last alive. He's taken down to, what, 12 HP, and Michael even get the wallbang just for good measure as well. That's map point. Fun Crew looking way too good. One more round is all they need before they can send themselves to bind. And yeah, Komodo, this has been a little bit disappointing, I'm going to say. You know, usually there is a level of fight, but XYZ outside of the round that literally Fun Crew through.
Well, that's it, right? We haven't seen XYZ win a round. We've only seen Fun Crew lose one round.
It's going to be a 13-0. We'll call it that, right?
I mean, scoreline, they got the one at least. They managed to do that on the back of Alucard, you know, being handed on a silver platter. He still needs to hit his shots, technically.
Oh, yeah, and it was a good played round. You know, they were certainly hunting for him as best as they possibly could, but yeah, this is just a solid run.
Look what you're playing with, man. You've got 3 Sheriffs, you've got a Spectre, and you've got a Marshal. And you've potentially already lost main, or rather, you haven't, because EasyK's found an open. Norson, go get some Harry Potters from Flashes.
He's looking good.
Looking to sling some spells.
Do already see Logic getting towards the site, but running in after that flashpoint went out. A little bit rough of a position, but Songri, EasyK, they'll be able to pick up the pieces so far. Scroll, Norson actually down to 1 point of HP, obviously off the back of that decay. So he'll fall out for just a second. 34's already got to his name. Scroll will have to reposition accordingly. So where are they going? They're heading all the way to this side. But look at the read. Norson's picked it up somehow out of nowhere. Songri, will he check the site? No, he's got the info. Norson can just take all of this control. 1, 2, buckle my shoe.
3-4, and Fun Crew's knocking at your door. They want to end this series. Norson's going to find the 3K at the end, Mitch. It's 13-1.
13-0!
That's yeah, kind of, potentially, essentially.
Yeah, we'll call it that. I think that's the best way to kind of put it down to. A little upsetting, I guess you want to say, if you're an XYZ fan. they weren't able to show up to the server when they were needed to. So real unfortunate. You know, EZK certainly had moments of brilliance where we did get to see him shine a little bit. Alucard getting that 1v4. You know, he still had to win it down to that 1v1 clutch on the B side, which is a certainly important moment to sort of find yourself in. But Mike, Norson, you know, 103 econ rating. That's just ridiculous to be finding. 343 ACS, 321 ACS. You know, they're going to be just boosting up their scores as best as they possibly can as well. So overall, I think that's, again, a fantastic position to find yourself in if you're Fun Crew, leading yourself into Bind, which is the next map coming up.
Well, I'll ask you this question, right? You're coming in here to this series, you pick Lotus, you come out with a scoreline that's essentially 30-0. You're going into a new map that's back into the pool. Number one, if you're XYZ, have you had time to practice Bind? And number two, if you're Fun Crew, are you just gonna 30-0 this next map? Because individually you were better in that map. Just like all 5 Fun Crew players individually better.
Yeah, that's simple as that. Simple as that. And in a spot like this, where XYZ, you know, still are a team showing that they need a little bit further development, a little bit further practice, you know, more of that understanding. Because look, I guess still going to give a shout out to EZK, right? You know, 4 opening kills, 231 ACS, certainly not a bad position to be in. But Songri was kind of that, you know, the lack of impact there. 4 and 13 on the get-go, not able to kind of utilize what they really needed. Main didn't have a whole lot of impact either, nor did Logic at that matter. You know, very important player to be on that breach. Alucard did his bit trying to lock down that C site, but yeah, I don't know, picking into Lotus, knowing that it's a very, very tough map to defend against, going in against a hungry Fun Crew, always going to be a tough position to kind of stomach. But irrespective, what do you do in these moments, Komodo? You cut the ties, you forget, and you move forward.
I'm looking at the percentage round differences right now. What do they actually call this one? The plus rounds. Round differential, that's the one. Fun Crew before this series is sitting at plus 33. 95X is sitting at plus 33. And Nerdpun is sitting at plus 34. But they already played a game yesterday. So essentially tonight, if Fun Crew and 95X win, it's just going to come down a round differential.
Yeah, absolutely. So could very well have a bunch of teams at 4-1, only separated by those rounds. So will we see another decimation, you know, obviously only on this map, let alone the next series? Or is XYZ going to step it back and give us a third map? We'll find out after the break.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow. Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
You come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
So sometimes the world is kind to you. Just like now, I've found out that I'm better at one of my producers at video games, which is excellent news. If you finish Sekiro, welcome to the club. You guys are awesome. But Valorant, we are here. Something that Fun Crew could beat quite easily was XYZ. 13-0, 13-1, we'll call it, if we count Alucard's 1 versus 4 that they managed to bring through. Decimation, Komodo. No, nothing to summarize. Just XYZ wasn't good enough to really stand up to the plate.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, you know, you're going into a map that you've picked, you know essentially what side of the map Fun Crew is going to be picking as well, right? Because generally teams have opted for the attacker side when it comes over towards Lotus. But we didn't really get to see any defense from XYZ. As you make mention to, Alucard's able to find a 1 versus 4. But at that point in time, it's only because Fun Crew were pushing him in his Viper's pit, taking decay. Yes, he still needs to hit the shots, but they're essentially giving him 1v1 fights over and over again. So maybe a bit of ambition for Fun Crew to just try and go for the fight. It is what it is. The map is done and dusted. You're moving over into Icebox as your next map. If we were a pre-patch, because we know that's what Fun Crew would have been choosing, but Icebox has been replaced with Bind. Now they've opted for that. I am very keen to not only see what Bind is going to offer for us for Fun Crew, but most importantly, what are teams feeling like the agents are going to be on this map, Mitch? Because new agents have come out since the last time we saw Bind in an official capacity. And I am actually wondering, do we have changes come onto this map in the agent pool?
Does Harbor work? Does Gecko work? God knows. We're going to find out very, very soon, which does excite me because, as you sort of alluded to, right, you know, historically, it's been an interesting beast where maps will stay stagnant for a long, long time. But with this position of Valorant right now, we have so many maps that they are rotating quickly. They are being taken into account. It forces teams to not have a dead map pool, to not have forced perm bans that they go with, right? They have to kind of practice on everything as best as possible. And that's what we are starting to see finally. So into Bind, second map to come on in. I personally feel like it's a little bit of an easier map to play than Lotus per se, right? Because when you verse much better players, there's that lesser chance of cheese. You know, on Lotus, you're going to take way more aim duels. You're going to struggle to take space. You know, it's a little bit more difficult, where Bind does have those close quarters, does have that quick rotate. It is a little bit simpler, and everyone has played it since inception. Lotus is still so fresh, so much change.
Here's the thing then, right? Because this map, essentially, you would usually toss up between a Killjoy and a Cypher. They were generally a namestay. You had Sage, which was kind of a 50-50 pick in my mind there. You had Sky as generally the flash agent. But now coming in toward it, are we going to get the likes of KO coming in? Are we going to get something different? Are we going to go back to the Brim Viper? They're probably the combos that you get running on this map. Chamber, of course, used to be this map pick, but you had, you know, the Chamber TP nerf, so you can't get from U-Hole over towards the B site. I'm wondering, and this is my fun thing, because I have a soft spot, which people are probably going to hate me for post-plant meta. I liked the nerding out of you know, util and just trying to deny the defuse. Hi, Cloud. I like post-plant meta. I like post-plant meta, so
my analyst has nothing important to say. I was waiting for him to bring something through, but no, I agree with you 100%. You know, the old Brim Viper combos where there was literally nothing you could do, because now you got Harbor to at least counter that with the Cove, right?
I guess so, but util goes through the Cove anyway.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, game's fun. If you suck, you're going to lose. So that's basically the rules of Bind. It's always been the case. But yeah, I think like the game fundamentals that we're going to see are going to be very, very similar to what has been around. But will that change up from the agent composition? You know, that'll be the tune of the tide. So sure, we'll be finding out shortly what is going to be brought on in. But look, all I've got to say is there's a lot that needs to be done by XYZ if there's any chance of getting this one to a third map, which of course, again, is Ascent, which is another really strong map for Fun Crew, right?
Yeah, you kind of need to... Honestly, I don't even really know what XYZ need to do to try and just win this game right now, because we've just seen the individual performance as well as the team performance from Fun Crew. But we'll bring in the agent lineup, see if we've got anything different, or if we're going back to something that was more, you know, known and quantified when it comes to binds. You know, because if we're thinking post-plant meta, well, what actually was it? It was Brim, you had Viper, you had Killjoy. You could throw in KO if you wanted to as well for the fragment. We had Sova actually as one of them in there. So, you know, we have a big range of what it possibly could would be. You could even throw in technically Gecko now if you're thinking post plant because of the mosh pit. But this is, you know, pretty straightforward. I think that XYZ are running maybe a more, you know, straightforward composition on Bind than maybe Fun Crew are because oh no, I think they're too common. Bro. They're two common lineups, I guess.
Yeah, they are, but it's just like, man, I just don't see where lacking. Like, obviously Sage is a Sentinel, right? But I don't see the position where it's going to give any level of advantage, you know, when you're missing out on a Killjoy, on a Cypher, on something like that, you know, Norsen's obviously super strong on. So anyway, you know, I'm not going to put a downer on this at all because I love XYZ. They've been a really entertaining team to watch in some of these games, and I hope all the best for them because it's going to be a tough one going in against, you know, this matchup against Fun Crew. So let's see if they've got what it takes as we have Bind re-enter into this map pool.
Attacker side as well for Fun Crew to start off here. I might add, what do we actually have in terms of drone ability from Fun Crew? So no boombot from Mike. Scroll doesn't run in with the drone here. And then yeah, that's it. Trailblazer for Questions isn't there, so they actually have to sacrifice either bodies or pure information on the back of it. They've already used their recon bolt from Scroll, as it does look like things are trending to the B side. Main's actually going to push forwards. Okay, it's ambitious. He's backed up by Songri. This is different from XYZ. Are they going to get around on the board in the first minute?
Yeah, what the hell happened, bro? You know, where's this level of confidence that they managed to throw out here? Getting a little bit of an advantage back. Spike has actually been recovered and recouped. That's going to be heading over towards the top of the B site. And it's actually in the hands of Mike here. So this is a little bit of a rough situation to be in. You know, going around the elbow, spotting into CT. And Norsen gets 2. So that's a really solid position to be in. Do they want to keep on kicking, keep on going forward? I think they do, but Logic is here. So it should be an easy clean out. There we go. A round. And it's the first round. And they deserve it.
Yep. Viper's wall put up to cover the front of Hookah and the front of... Now, I'm going to ask you this question, Mitch.
Yes.
Do you call it Garden or do you call it Octagon?
Garden.
Good. In front of Hookah and the front of Garden, they got the wall to cover. You know, you've got the replenishability of that Viper's wall. You got Brim Smokes to drop down if you need them. I do like that combination. I've always been a fan of running Viper alongside a different agent. But XYZ on this defensive side, they get that pistol round. No force off a Fun Crew with no plant, Mitch. So it should be the doubling down.
They're going to be getting straight into the showers, cleaning themselves up. And we do get the orb control, but Scroll. There he is. That's beautiful. No, absolutely. Alucard's here, though, so they're going to be ready for it. It's a little bit of a dangerous position to be in. They might actually give it to him. Mike picks up another, but the flank is in quick. Great Molotov to try and lock it down, but Songri actually does manage to pick up another, so the disadvantage does start to fall. Scroll still alive, so yeah, they are kind of backs up against the wall here, but look at that rotation. Immediately, we see the sky of flashes go on over, but Mike closes it out, so just as quickly as XYZ win around, Fun Crew say, that's not okay with us.
Well,
we're going to bring it back.
They don't do anything deeper to try and clear out the position if you're going for orb control. You just kind of walk in towards Scroll's crosshair. When he peeks you, you lose 2 lives. The doors do shut on your faces, so you're safe from Mike's pain shells. But at that point in time, you've already TP'd in. You don't have a bailout strategy. And then he just, you know, kind of blows you out of proportion with the Spectre. So very rough for XYZ, but I'm praising them for a pistol round. But I'm saying they're going to get the secondary round. I cast a curse. No touch wood. Fun Crew win that round, and now this is where things might get a little bit more painful for XYZ.
Really kind of awkward mental position to be thrown into, right? Alucard does get an opener, but quickly traded, so good position to be in once again. Norsen holding on. They're just pushing straight in to the crosshairs. Easy K gets the recovery. No spike, though, they're available. It's going to be making its way out towards B once more, and it's all onto main, who unfortunately only has a shorty, so he's going to try and make his way through this sky smoke. Info not yet gathered. I don't think they actually managed to find him here, but there's the info and not the position you want to be in at all with the shorty. So there you go. Scroll picks it up. 3 alive, 2 for Fun Crew. And that is just easy pickings once more for the boys in the Panda skins. And yeah, rough.
Yep. Delayed bonus round now, technically, you could say, for Fun Crew, because this is where the buy is going to come through for XYZ. You've got all of your shields there. You've got Vandals around. You've got a Phantom as well for Punda. You're always going to respect the idea to grab that as well through the Sky Smokes, of course. You don't want any traces to be coming through them, but at the end of the day, Vandal, Phantom, it's just your own preference. I'm more interested to see what XYZ are going to do on the defensive side because, you know, they've lost one main round that they shouldn't have. Mike and Ponder are just finding you. And I would add, Mitch, EZK just got swatted like a fly. He tried satcheling across, out of the air.
Yeah, getting real aggressive. It has paid off, though, for him so far, and they didn't actually get some info off the back of that as well. So Alucard is going to be able to get away with one, but that Molotov does make it really awkward. You burn down super quick, but Alucard gets another, not quite the third. Flashist gets the response, and they are still holding that advantage 3-2. Where is this rotation, though, coming in from? Straight through CT, so that's all that's there, and that's going to be the neural theft as well, so they're caught up immediately. Fleshers doesn't quite get the Trailblazer out far enough, but they're actually investing here, Komodo. Songri does take advantage of it as well, so the Seekers working out at this point in time. Trailblazer as a response also goes in, doesn't quite catch out Scroll, but info is gathered. That's important. Guiding Light also finds nothing, but they're up close and personal, trying to make it work, but Scroll takes it straight to him in the face, inside the elbow. And under the street lamps, unfortunately, it is a dark call for XYZ again. As once again, Fun Crew, just based on that individual prowess, they keep being able to lock it out.
That's just experience at the end of the day for Scroll as well. Good, quick, reactive cage from Norson to be popped in towards the U-Haul. But in knowing that he's against, you know, Songri and Main in that situation, you can kind of expect that they're going to have a flash to go through the cage, right? That's where the experience for Scroll comes in. He knows he's expecting that. You can just push through the cage, catch the player that will have the gun ready in Main, and then you can transition to the flasher in Songri there because you know he's going to have util out. So really nicely done. It just extends this lead that Fun Crew do have. They're looking to go even further now because EZK has fallen. Now Alucard, he will be at the back behind Triple. He gets one, at least.
Yeah, went off quick enough before the ultimate went out, so that's okay. Fleshes, though, has this line, just tapping into the Sky Smoke. And they are actually doing some further damage as well, so Songri does have the Guiding Light available. At least the Bucky does do something. Songri picks up another. Here we go. Maybe a little bit of something to work with, but it does go back to that 2-on-2. Seekers go out, knowing that they're both over towards that CT spawn. And as that Sky Smoke does actually manage to lock out Scroll, he still has position. He still has the Hunter's Fury. It's just going to be a lot to overwhelm here for XYZ. No post-plant utility at least, so they can get the barrier wall down if they choose, but they're going to line up for Flashist, and even though the Molotov is down, it's not far enough. Logic does get another, but there's just no time. He can pop the ult if he needs. Shouldn't get the info off the back of that recon dart, but at least he gets the frag, and Fun Crew, again, walk away with another. I don't even feel like they've played the defender side at all, Komodo. It's been attacking side of prowess time and time again. They know they picked this side, and clearly they're comfy with it.
Yeah. No, Scroll doesn't need to use the Hunter's Fury at the end there either because time's the ticking. He knows that it is 7 seconds essentially to get that defuse, so not required. All his teammate in Flash just needed to do was draw some time away from the plant because you look at what Main and what Logic have to play with at the end there. The Bucky, you know, you need to be drawn in close proximity. Logic did have the barrier wall. He could have tried to isolate an angle. Maybe you wall off towards Showers and then you try to get Scroll, but then his ultimate comes into play. You're not going to use Main's orbital strike to try and dislodge him. So a lot of situations that, you know, you got to juggle in your head very rapidly, but at the end of the day, Fun Crew find it now with the revealed information, and it is going to be that Hunter's Fury from Scroll that goes in. It finds Main. Songri's down for the count 2, and this is a 2-player advantage for Fun Crew. They shouldn't be losing this round from here.
Absolutely. They're just all on the same page, aren't they? You know, it's just working out for them in absolutely every single way. Inside the pit once more, Alucard just waiting to see if anyone will make a mistake. You know, Norson is a little while away. EZK can actually get 2. Okay, I see you, EZK. You step up when you need, my friend. That spike does get recovered, but oh my god, the shock dart does so much damage. And Mike obviously very, very healthy here. There is going to be the healing orb at least to come out to make it a little bit better, but as a Sage operator in the field, in a good position to try and deny this walk out of hookah.
Well, I mean, you've got a 5 versus 3. EZK's just won 2 individual duels. How do you get back into this? You've got that pit that's still up at short. Ooh. It's a TP. It's with the spike for Scroll. No, sorry, the spike is with Mike. He had his dart available, so he could have thrown that in towards B, but there's 20 seconds. Norson actually needs to get something soon, and it's going to be the tap on towards Logic now. Everything relies on EZK. Does he pop his showstopper early, Mitch, or not?
Has to try go for it. Another Cypher cage goes out 13 seconds. Heard the step down as a third. They know exactly where he is now. All he has to do is just keep his cool, but he won't be able to. Has to try and lock this one down. Alucard can't quite do it, and it's Norson. Unfortunately, that sneaky Cypher, he rotated all the way through Showers, all the way around into spawn. And that rotation obviously coming out from Scroll was just enough to bait a little bit of a lack of focus. They knew the spike was still towards B, but it was enough to split the wickets. And yeah, man, Norson, he's been having a huge one.
The TP, you try to draw somebody back towards the A site. You know that Alucard's still there because the pit's still active. Norson's kind of found the gap in the rounds to go for the flank around the back B site, and it actually works a treat at the end of the day, right? Because you think if he loses the duel or they expect him, Logic wins it, and then EZK closes the round. It would have been really nice for XYZ to get a second on the board. But now you're looking at a round number 7. You're looking at an opening kill again from Mike. At least some retaliation from Logic, but you're not going to be able to maximize the resurrection here, you would think.
Nah. Really awkward position to try and find it. It's that door. Still closed.
Ooh,
Information gathered. Orbital, yeah, very, very bold to try and do it. Songri gets one. There's another rotation comes in. Norson's going to be able to hold it down as well. So there's that neural theft to go out. Information should be grabbed as a result of it as well. Alucard trying to find something, but as it recatches again, info's there. Info's gathered.
They don't have to stay here, Mitch. That's the big thing. The spike, it can go towards the B site, but they are feeling that they're better with the weaponry, and why wouldn't you? You're against the Sheriffs. You've dodged the orbital strike in the showers. You know that with the orbital strike in showers, I would have liked to see a coordinated flash with Songri out the doors, because if you're pushing them out of showers and you're blinding them with your flash, you should be 100% finding all those 3 kills outside of the out of the side of the showers. It's just a little bit unfortunate that they didn't coordinate that. And I mean, I get the timing, right? You want to use the orbital strike to try and catch a kill. Unfortunately, Songri didn't have the flash ready.
They're trying, and they're just being denied. Really, really rough. They're certainly not in a position they want to be in at all, but it really is just team diff, and there's not really too much else to go about it. XYZ, you know, it's not even a thing of how they're sort of operating as a team. You know, their shots aren't connecting either at times. So Fun Crew just advanced over and above the top at this point in time. Was hoping for a little bit of a further extension, and you know, with XYZ walking away with that pistol, we thought there may have been a chance, but just not so far. Main does catch one, but as EZK, who has arguably been, you know, the best player of XYZ so far, he is felled.
Well, there's finally some information changes. XYZ, they put the wall over towards showers because they know that that's an angle that they can find and win. You got to push up through the sands of B. You've got trade frags coming around from both sides. But when the dust settles, Mitch, you got a player advantage for XYZ with a minute to go. You've still got a resurrection from Logic. You've got a dead body towards CT at the B site. You could potentially find, you know, way back into this round for XYZ to win it.
All right, plan.
Go for the res. They probably have to here.
Well, that's the only option, but it's out of the server now. Songri does get a response, but it's all onto just main. And I think that's going to be easy peasy. Nope. Okay. Oh, the wrong way around. Never mind. Sorry. That slight delay meant that it was only left onto one member. So there we go. A response out of XYZ. Okay.
I think maybe Fwesh just thought he did a little bit extra damage. That one right click of the classic potentially ends him, and then he's got a 1 versus 1. But hey, at the end of the day, that's XYZ finding the round. They've still technically got that resurrection and the operator online for Logic. So a round's a round, a dub's a dub. You got credits for a buy. I guess you're happy.
Certainly. Still not using it. Will be important into those next couple of rounds. Guiding light, info gathered as per usual, but not really sort of forcing the narrative just yet. They do start to wake their way up outside hookah, but with a little bit of a further peek towards the long side, I think they're looking really, really happy with it. Yeah, timing, not exactly the best. Now, the Boombot not going to really do a whole lot here. Trailblazer the exact same. They've fallen back to the site. Decent spots. There is the rotation coming around from EZK as well, so site take might be a bit more challenging here for Fun Crew.
Well, for XYZ at the A site, they're real passive playing toward the back of the site. And over at the guys at B, you got 1 towards the CT entryway, and you got 2 playing inside of the site itself. The Seekers are just completely distracting Songri and EZK, that their focus isn't actually what's happening around them, Mitch. They're losing these duels. Now you're going to have main to fall, and it's all up to Logic with an operator for a 1 versus 3. You could argue to try and get a buddy back up, but I think the damage is already done. Norson on the flank. You are dead to rights, Logic.
Literally nothing you can even do here. Does Norson go for the knife? Nah, he's already given up his hand, and he's been punished. Luckily, they all pushed together. That right click did make it a little bit awkward. Mike down to 6 HP, but Scrawl's still healthy, so A-okay. Fun Crew, they lose another, but they immediately respond. There hasn't been 2 strung together here for XYZ. But at least they're chipping away. You know, it's double the rounds that they had previously. There is a little bit of momentum behind it. Let's move into the last 3 rounds of the half. Fun Crew still holding a solid advantage, but, you know, they need to get moving.
I mean, even if the Fun Crew lose this round, they've still got a buy in them as well. Scroll's nearing 7k. Mike's proficient with 3.4. It does trickle down from there, but, you know, for Fun Crew, all they really need is one opener, and they should be pretty decent for some extra damage. Songri, that's a good start for him. On towards Precious. There's no flashes available anymore for Fun Crew, and they actually are going to get him out.
A little bit of fishing. And also an awkward spot too. The wall does go well. I think he actually saw him on the cross too, so oh my word. The sidestep.
What is it with the pistols?
There. Logic getting it done, but now they've run straight into the smoke as well. No, surely they're not going to give up more here, Komodo. Scroll can just line them up, but Songri, okay. Doing damage. Here we go. Easy K also fighting it. Oh my, Easy K. That was nuts. XYZ, they're on board. Yeah, they can only win pistol rounds, apparently.
Legit, it's the pistols for XYZ that they're winning the lion's share of these rounds. That's all it is. Going in with the mentality to be maybe a little bit silly, a little bit unexpected. The pistols are doing the damage.
It's always the case, isn't it? You know, the way you play a pistol round, it's approached a little bit differently. You can take it a little bit more loose and not really think too much about it. And yeah, that was a nutty shot.
All right. Judging from Mike, would suspect that he wants to go in with the showstopper first and then maybe push in towards U-Haul with the shotgun. Spotting out 3. He's already in, and he gets shut down before he can get there. So nice heads-up play from main. Going to shut down the tip of the spear before it can get started. And once again, Mitch, it is going to be a player advantage for XYZ. Hunter's Fury in from Scroll. Will it get any information, any damage? It's going to force Songri in, and he loses his life to Flesh. Easy K falls as well, and this is where things go a little bit upside down for XYZ.
A good response. Norson, great positioning. See, Logic does still have that resurrection. Again, he's been really holding on to it here. But as his teammate does join him, it's really on to Fun Crew to see if they can make a mistake here. Norson is up close. It is punishable position. You know,
he can't use it.
Not low either. Yeah, exactly right. He has to get towards the site. There is that one little blue X just below him, but Alucard needs to kind of try and pick up here before he can do anything. Norson timing, Alucard forced off, and you can just see how hesitant, how nervous. Look at Norson. Norson doesn't care at all. He's straight up in the grill. And that's Logic moonwalking his way out just once more. No kind of team dynamic, no synergy there from XYZ. They are struggling.
Seems like just Norson knows the angle that he's safe in, right? Creeping on up before he takes you out of the round. And now Logic, you really need this operator into the next round, and well, at least you get one kill, but you are getting knifed out by Pundar. So keeping the bonking on. You like to see that one. It's 8 for Fun Crew, and now Mitch. There's been no resurrections whatsoever utilized from Logic.
Yeah.
Is he protecting it for the next half? I mean, there's been situations that he can't use it, but there's been situations where you have been able to, and he just hasn't.
Yeah. It is a bit of an odd sort of scenario, right? You know, you pick into Sage instead of picking up another different Sentinel. You know, the Killjoy's available, the Cypher's available.
Yeah,
you go for the Sage, and then you operate, and then the utility's not being used how it needs to be. So,
is he scared that the Hunter's Fury or the Orbital Strike are going to be utilized to just take out the Resurrection? Because Fun Crew haven't been using those ultimates to do just that. They've been using them to get the kills. Look at it.
No! Christ. It is so rough. They are just running at each other right now. It's desperation. And Punda and Mike got away with absolute murder in that situation, you know, to go 2 for 2 there. After having 3 hungry members look at you, it's just crazy. Yeah. Yeah, no way those reses are going to come out, as you mentioned. You know, they've been able to deny that so well. And look at Norson. Norson again in this crazy position where he's already taken B site control by himself.
The problem is you've taken B. You either have to, as Fun Crew, sacrifice the resurrection where they bring back probably main. Yep.
Okay.
And then you get the spike plant, or you go to try and take the firefight where technically you've got the better weaponry, so you probably could have stayed if you wanted, if you're Fun Crew, but you never really know. Songri has a flash, he could blind you, he could overwhelm you, they could win the round that way. So I guess Fun Crew are taking the path of least resistance here, Mitch, to go and get the plant. But now this is where things get sneaky beaky, because Norson, he has everything here, and while he finds one, now it's time for Scroll to get another.
I love that pull away from Norson though, right? Like he saw the info and then he tried to sort of spot it around, and pulls away immediately towards that B site where the spike has been planted. You know, back to this 2-on-2. Both members through the TP, getting in towards Hookah. Fleshes does have space. No, not quite. Main, great ultimate usage, but Norson is there. Can he get the sidestep? Can he get the little tap? Sky Smoke goes down. That makes it awkward. Yeah, it's not at all. He has to run. He has to get moving super quickly. Just there. Oh my God, Norson, no! 1 or 2 more bullets and that would have been main going down, but in the end we are going to have XYZ get 4 rounds as they now move over towards that attacking side. Fun Crew, they have secured 8. It is a very solid position to be in as they swap to the defense, but XYZ got a couple of rounds in the end, and I felt like those were much more genuine than at least what we saw on Lotus.
Hey, well, guess who got the defuse, who stuck it at the end despite getting taken down to 11 HP?
What?
The guy that got bloody resurrected, wasn't it?
Ah, it was.
Res is good. Don't care about opponent's ultimate abilities if you can get away with it. Go for the res if you're Logic, and Songri immediately holds the regrowth to off-heal the damage. You can survive it running out, by the way.
Not bad.
But let's see. It's a new half. It's a new pistol round, and I've missed seeing binds where Cyphers can just have a field day.
Bind's a good map. It was always fun in that high-level competition.
Forsaken Yoru?
No, that was probably the bad era. I still remember, wasn't it one time, it was Tens that picked it, pretty sure. And he was like the opening one on Bind, and then they got smacked.
Sorry, you're talking about NA Valorant?
Yeah, oh, sorry, that's dead. Never mind. We don't talk about that. SA Valorant stay winning. Shout out to Loud.
Alrighty, Mike is pushing up. He wants to kill. He's going to get it. Alucard's down. You still do have primary smoker and main available, but you have an advantage as XYZ. You have 50 seconds to still play with as you start to peek in towards the A side. I do like that Norton's not actually playing on the back of his camera, because if they need and spot anything out over at the B site, they can quickly use a TP. But Mike loses his life to Logic here. So too does Punda. Okay, the pistols, they are certainly proficient here for XYZ.
Hey, maybe this game's not done. Maybe this series not over. A little bit of work.
Left.
They still need to get that site, though. Spike is going to start rotating around. Norson has a great bit of positioning here, but he has to be careful. Oh, God, he's got to chill. He's just got to chill. He's got to wait for that rotation around. He is going to switch through the elbow now and try and get his way back around. He's even got the shorty. Oh, my God. This is actually ridiculous. He is going to swap back to the classic. The spike is going to get planted. Fleshist moving his way into the showers now. Komodo, they're all going in. All the footsteps. He's heard them. He knows absolutely everyone is here now, and he's just waiting to see if anyone will spot their little head over the top. Norson, just an inch. That's all they're going to need. He's trying to bait it as much as possible. Now he starts to peek on in. The right click. The right click. It actually goes through a little bit. Now he's dumped over his head. My God, this is parkour going on or some position. Flesh's Logic. Oh, my God. Could not pick that at all. What was going to occur? But Logic with the 4K. We've been picking on him a little bit for not using that that resurrection, but now he's done some work in this pistol round.
The big difference at the end there is the fact that they both run out of ammunition. Norson and Fleshist. If it's a classic for Fleshist instead of the Ghost, he gets the dink damage, yeah, for sure. But I think he went into that without 15 bullets in the chamber originally. So if he had a couple extra, potentially finds Logic. One of the big differences I noticed there, none of them had flashes either. So I think that's a situation where if you've got a flash, it turns out differently. Maybe if Norson sticks with the shorty, it comes out differently as well, because you saw all 3 of the members run towards the U-Haul. You always got to think, what if they flash? What if they're going to clear me with that? I'm out of this round essentially. So a valiant effort from Fun Crew, but better place for XYZ, because it means that they should be a gimme for this round, Mitch. And then we start to get a little bit closer at 6-5 if it happens. And I say
Logic's been dinked up, yeah. This is really, really a rough position. I mean, main is straight on towards that line. Norson fading into this one will make it a little bit more challenging. Easy K can line him up, and he'll be able to do some good damage too. The paint shells is going to force them away. We're able to at least do some damage, but I think old mate Logic has actually gotten the hell out of there. So Scroll, he's going to be stuck up just with that shorty. And I don't think really much is going to come of this. So the boom bot does go out. Now Flesh is trying to do a little bit of extra further damage, but I think it's just really if Scroll can find something. It's actually swapped back to the classic there. Alucard really healthy. So this should be super cruisy. I don't think XYZ really should lose anyone in this round at all. And
they might.
We may have a bit more of a game.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Things are kind of traversing the way that you want them to in a round such as this. We'll have the proper weaponry for Fun Crew in the next one. Fleshes, you know, he needs to either go down with the spike or to a body of XYZ. Would have liked to see him get a kill, get another trickle on towards his ultimate ability, but end of the day, it's not there. 2-0 in the attacker side for XYZ. Are they going to convert it into a third? Because you come against the weaponry of Fun Crew, who, albeit Mitch, haven't really gotten too much damage in these past 2 rounds, right? So it's, you know, even with 1 player surviving for XYZ in the first pistol, they get a good upgrade. You can see what that does to the economy of Fun Crew here. 3 players having to go down to the light shields to just justify getting out the extra abilities. And I'm noticing Mike, no boombot, and Punda, no stim beacon. So I would say in terms of clearance angles and rotation angles, you're a little bit weaker for Fun Crew.
Yeah. Good lineup from Punda. Little spray, drops down easy K. That's an impact frag, taken out. And no resurrection, it's a fair way away. So as this rotation does come around, Nawson's going to try and lock down some further control. Fleshist already keen to actually spot down towards long as well. So the heal does come back in. They're going to be healthy, but XYZ just going to try and slow down this round a little bit. It's going to be very hard to contest out the showers. They do get the orb control. So it's worked out well so far for Fun Crew.
See what the adjustment looks like for XYZ. Use the Viper Wall to cut out the A site from U-Haul. They're not really able to capitalize upon it just yet. I'm actually wondering, where did Alucard throw his poison orb? If he actually had one into this round, because you would have expected him to have it. Can't actually see where he's put it. Regardless, they're maximizing the toxic screen to get a little bit of control towards the A site, and I like this from XYZ. But Mitch, I like it better for Fun Crew because it gets 20 seconds, and you've got a lot of disruptive utility to deny the plant. You've got shock darts, you've got satchels, you've got an incendiary. This could be rough.
Yep. They've already done it. Stop that plant. Molly does go out as well, which is going to make it really, really awkward. Mike gets a response. 11 seconds now. Mike gets a second. Norson another. So that's all left on to just Alucard. Norson's going to punish as well. That's 4 alive. That's the pressure that XYZ really did start to feel. And unable to deny anything at all. 9 rounds for Fun Crew. I mean, it's close. There's certainly still more in this game. They don't win the bonus, XYZ. But now they've got the full buy to come on in to try and pick up a 7th.
And this is where I want teams to ask veterans, to ask, is anyone willing to sit in a scrim, to give us some experience, to give us some pointers, go back in these streams. I know there's teams out there that don't go back and watch these VODs, Mitch, and it hurts to say. Go back and listen to what Mac and Pilly and us and all the other casters that touch this game are doing. Because when we point things out, you're getting free information on your playstyle and what you should be doing in situations. You see 20 seconds on the clock, and you've got a lot of Fun Crew members with lots of utility still available. You haven't counted shock darts, you haven't counted incendiary, blah, blah, blah. You know that it's probably going to be a denial of the plant. Those are the things for XYZ. Go back when you hear this, learn from that.
100% agreed. Whilst it might be some silver analysis at times, still gives you guys the understanding of what you deserve. But as that heal comes out, I think Songri caught looking the wrong way. And very, very quickly already, you know, we see these opening picks taken out by Fun Crew once more, and Fleshes can just fall straight back to site, doesn't need any further support. Norson was taken down, but traded as a result of it. And 3 members still hungry for Fun Crew, sitting on that A site, unmoving, you know, unbothered, moisturized, staying in their lane. There is a rotation, though, coming through now. Fleshes should gather that info inside the garden. He will. He doesn't have to get his hands dirty either.
30 seconds to go. Time's ticking on down. Even though you're at a player deficit, there's still players with utility for Fun Crew. And it's just Fleshes who's just going to shoot you. There you go. Fails maybe a little bit stagnant now for XYZ after they've had 2 gun rounds lost on this attacker side of theirs. You know, Fun Crew a little bit weaker, figuring out maybe how this defensive side is going to work. This should, for all intents and purposes, be the 3rd round that Fun Crew get on this defensive side because of the pistols for XYZ. I kind of want to hold a little bit of faith, though, because we've seen good pistol work from them. You're also getting into ult territory. I wouldn't mind them maybe pushing for Bathrooms Orb or the other orb at the B side along, and either gathering Easy K Showstopper or get one away from the Seekers. I think is going to be good, because if you get him a kill, that's information to follow.
Smoke's down.
Straight on in again. All the information gathered by Fun Crew. XYZ is sitting here going, how have we got this site for free? And then they start to even run in towards the spawn as well. Norson in position. Oh, I think he's actually managed to slip right past it too. There's going to be a very forward plan, and it's going to be tough. Norson, he can really clean up. 3 clean. That's beautiful from Norson. And now they are stuck at such an awkward position. This is it, though, lulling into a false sense of security. Komodo, Poison Cloud goes down, but information is gathered, and it's all on to Alucard. Can he get a gun? I don't think he can. He's going to go down as well to Scroll. Norson, crispy, clean. What a round, but yeah, look, there you go. 11 now secured for Fun Crew, but at least XYZ have given a fight.
It's also the fact that Scroll sees Logic before the Poison Cloud actually fully blooms, so he gets that kill. And then at the end of the day, all he needs to do is watch that Poison Cloud, because if he's keeping that angle known, his teammates know that the only possible position Alucard can come from is those vents, right? They just have to focus on that and they'll get the kill. So it's 2 one-on-one duels essentially that Logic has to play for. He's tried to take the one that might be a little bit better against Scroll, because that's all he saw at the back of the holes towards Heaven. But end of the day, Mitch, as you say, 11 rounds for Fun Crew. One more to get the 12th, and this is that gun round from XYZ. Is it their last chance here? Because they don't get too much credits coming into the L, so they'll be a little bit weaker in the next round. They can maximize things here, though. That's the important thing, Mitch. They've got 3 ultimates. They're 2 away from Viper's Pit. Songri's just got the Seekers.
Super
and they've lost easy
to be in. Yeah. Outside of that, you know, they've got the res, they've got the orbital strike, they've got the Seekers. It's every single piece of the recipe that you need. But unfortunately, sometimes if you salt it up or too much pepper, it can, fall apart. So, smoke down for Punda. Locking out that long position again.
There's so much map control that Fun Crew are getting, and they're not having to really use utility. Because XYZ aren't running in with a Sova or anything like that, they can't actually be proactive in their information gathering. They have to use the Seekers, or they have to use a Trailblazer, and then it's gone and dusted. That's why EZK's peeking showers by himself dry. He's trying to catch Fun Crew off guard, and they're just not falling for it. Good crosshair placement, good heads-up plays from Fun Crew. And now, Mitch, again, 30 seconds to go. And you've still got a lot of utility that can keep XYZ at bay. They have to use their ultimates to get into this.
I almost feel like Fun Crew maybe got a little bit relaxed in that opening half, so they've really picked it up in this last little bit. Look at Mike again, spotting out some info. Does have that showstopper, whether or not he's going to be utilizing it. Doesn't have any satchels, but he is going to peek through. Gets him off the spike plant at the very least. Now Norson trying to reposition accordingly as well. That spike does get planted, but 4 on 4, a little bit of a tough one now. Songri Logic getting it back. There we go, 2 on 4. Scroll, gonna be held off. Information gathered. Alucard will catch it. Here we go.
And
Scroll,
now they know where he is.
Gonna be a toughie.
Can't peek too wide in the slow orb, unfortunately. So as it does fade out, he's got a lot of angles to consider. There's the first one. It would have been gorgeous if he got Alucard as well. But with 25 HP, Mitch, does he just cut his losses and look to escape? XYZ aren't going to let that one happen. And with 3 alive, that's the pass mark for XYZ.
Very good. Cash still in the bank. Repurchase, working it out. It's all gravy. Another purchase obviously coming in, though, from Fun Crew. Should be not a bad position to fight back. They've got cash. They're not going to be struggling at all, really. Kind of still, XYZ gets a dub in the round, and their backs are still up against the wall. Not where you kind of want to be in a matchup like this, but irrespective, it's much, much better than what we saw from them on Lotus. They seem to be a bit more well-drilled, a bit more produced, prepared for bind. Now, as we see some control of Hookah being taken, they are going to hold them back for now. Information gathered towards Long, but Logic is ready for them.
Yeah. A lot of stalling power, though. Scroll used the Hunter's Fury nice and early. Alucard is just able to dodge that one, so he can get some HP back from Songri. We'll see what the other ultimates are going to be utilized for. Punda with the orbital strike will be a nice one. In towards the Hookah, though. Norton to destroy the boom bot, and you're looking at the full focus for XYZ towards the B side of the map. Both teams going to be getting their guiding lights available yet again. This first just goes for a spot, though. I'm wondering what's going to happen in Hookah, because there currently is only Mike in there. And he's got 3 bodies of XYZ to contend with, and it's an orbital strike. It's early, Mitch. Wow.
Very, very early. 1 for 1, though. Songri does pick up another, but Mike, the paint shells, he uses them well, and now they're moving quick. Mike, very bad position, but they actually rotate over, and that's pulled them away here for sure. Not a single member on this site. I mean, Scrawl's in a good position as he does start to rotate around, but he's got still a way to go. Straight through the showers it's going to be. Punda peeks up over the top. Songri gets the info, and now Mike, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has to go in up towards heaven, and the smokes are holding him back. So it's really going to be all this reliance on Scroll to see if he can pull something off from the flank, Komodo.
Yeah, does he use the dart for info, or does he use his silent approach to try and get a kill and allow Mike to get into it? Because there are a lot of dirty angles, and with an open plant as well, Mitch, it's going to be hard to get this retake.
There's the info, spotted, gathered. Now he can tap onto the defuse. Songri also taken down. I think he can actually try stick this to half as well. Mike gets the info. Logic walking out. He's sticking it, but he's off. Scroll with a 4K. Incredible round. Big 12 on the board. And a huge position all the way, wandering through spawn into showers, getting the flank. And he has done that many a time alongside Norson and Fun Crew put themselves at map and series point.
They bailed Fun Crew out there, that's for sure, because you look at what the difference potentially an orbital strike can have in a situation like that, right? You don't use it at the B site, you hear the TP, you can deny the plant, you can potentially catch a body in it as well. But nevertheless, a 2 versus 3, it was the element of surprise that gets the big job done at the end from Scroll, and now you are as far deep in the corner as could possibly be for XYZ. 5 rounds that you need to contend with here. 5 map and series points for Fun Crew. You're going to go with haste into the A side. It's a Sharpie from EZK. He's been pretty, substantial in getting these opening kills, Mitch. But then, XYZ lose the rounds from there. So we need more, and we get more.
Absolutely. Straight back into it. A man advantage. EZK, though, will be replied to and spotted accordingly. That resurrection is still there for Logic, but it's going to be Songri who gets taken very low. Does manage to find a couple, though. Songri, here we go. Now on to Flesh is trying his best to do it, but Songri locking it out. What a massive round from Songri. Back up against the wall. No bloody HP. And he pulls it away. 8 rounds now for XYZ. They have improved in just a series, you know? How have they come all this way back from the absolute smacking that they got back on Lotus?
Maybe they warmed up. Maybe they found some tendencies of Fun Crew. Maybe it is just a different, new map, new me case, right? You never really know. Fun Crew. Now is not the time to play super risky, though, and try to force buys and get this map done and dusted. They go for the optimal approach of a bit of a save, a bit of a half buy. Try and get themselves this map victory. They'll start off with Freshers fighting main, 1 avenue of smokes down, and 1 rifle that is technically retrievable.
They just try to calm it down.
Yeah. Imagine a neural theft as well, Mitch.
Oh, man, it'd get all the info.
Yep.
Again, Logic still holding on to that res. Songri does at least, at the very least, have his Seekers, and they're actually going to be popped by himself at the time. EZK looking to try and line him up. Norson, though, hits the shot. And that is another recoverable weapon, Komodo, as you sort of talk about, right? You know, they're going to have to try and rely on Alucard's positioning here. Songri does get the info, but it's going to be Flashes to be able to bring it back. Now Logic, he wants to go for it, but it's going to be the old bait and switch. There's that res. Is he going to be able to hold it down? He does, and it's enough. It's a good position to be in. They bring it back to a 3-on-2, but Main and Songri have to do it all here. Norson, not going to need it. He'll walk on through, pulling a big 3K. And whilst at the very least, XYZ, they respond. They get some rounds. They bring the action. It's no longer a stomp and a rollover from XYZ. They have done way more. And we finally get to see a little bit of action here in this series tonight. So Fun Crew, they bring it through. Of course, 13 rounds. It's a 2-0 in their favor. We did expect that. But a 13-1 to open it up was not what we were looking at all, right? You know, last night's games were basically all 13-5s. There was one 13-6. We looked again at this one going, it's probably going to be another round of those 2-0s straight up. We do get that. We start off nicely with it. Fun Crew looking good, but definitely did see a bit of a resurgence from XYZ on Bind. They were able to bring it back truly.
Yeah, I wonder how much more of a softening blow it actually is. How much better you do feel that you managed to get 8 rounds on Bind here as XYZ. Because, yeah, at the end of the day, you still lose, 2-0. And you've still got a lot of plays that could have been winnable scenarios that Fun Crew kind of just individually put you down a size. So, back to the drawing board for XYZ. A couple more games to play with in this group stage to try and topple the Coop Troopers or GZL potentially. Those are the 2 teams that they'll be trying to go towards. Because currently, as it does does stand. You know, they're in that 7th mark, right? They're not getting the playoffs at this point in time. They need to be winning one of their, I think, 2 remaining games that they have to play.
Yep.
So we'll see if they can potentially do that. But for Fun Crew, you know, it means that they're equalizing Nerd Pump with the 4-1. They had great performances tonight, a bit that they need to pick up for themselves as well. You know, don't rest on your laurels. You got the job done. Still make sure you're getting the job done in your future games because you want to get that playoff spot. Fun Crew are looking like a good contender for the Ascension slot.
Yeah, and they always were going to, right? You know, I think it was kind of 95X and, of course, Fun Crew last season, thinking they were going to look like the best team. You know, Bobo was there as well, but, you know, a couple of players, obviously, I think Crunchy's going back to NA. There's, you know, Plix in China right now and Sign in the exact same boat, you know. So there's lots of things kind of happening since stage 1 and 2, but now you look at it and it's like Hard Out, Nerd Punt, and of course Fun Crew, and of course 95X. Like any of those 3 teams can pull this win through. So
well, you want to know the fun thing, or I say fun thing, the good thing, I guess, for XYZ,
sure.
Despite getting the loss here, they go up against Mammoth next, so that's a chance to get a victory there. Then maybe you look towards finding Koopa Troopers, because Koopa Troopers are going up against 95X. So there's a chance that they can get just that above and maybe sneak in at 6th.
So we managed to actually pull out a fan favorite for a cheeky little interview. That's the man Norson, who's going to be coming onto the mic now. Now, listen, Norson, I don't have a heap to say to you because the first map was Decimation, right? You're sitting up looking pretty hot with that high ACS now, and that obviously only continued in this series. I just want to get like an overarching view of your guys so far in this competition, right? Fun Crew can certainly win it, but will you guys? Are you guys going to pull it off and get that Ascension slot?
I think this season is probably our best one yet. Our last one was pretty bad. We were all pretty disappointed. And honestly, there was a decent amount of issues in the team. Like, we didn't have an IGL. There was role issues with me, like, on smokes and not Senti. We had, like, multiple duelist plays and stuff. But honestly, with Mike and Punda, I actually feel like they're pretty big, like, upgrades for our team. And they fit us. So I think with them and Easy, we actually have a pretty good chance. And I think this is probably the most confident we've been. So, yeah.
Awesome.
That's really good to hear, actually. Just at a personal level, of course, Icebox is out, Binder's back in. What do you kind of prefer? Like, do you prefer Icebox or do you prefer Bind?
Honestly, I hate Bind. I think all our team hates Bind, but it's all right. I mean, Icebox was always our best map. So, and honestly, Icebox is like a really aim-heavy map. So personally, for me, I feel like it's really good for me because I just peek people and I just kill them. Because honestly, I'm pretty confident that I'm sharper than anyone else. So that's just for me.
Yeah, I mean, we did see that today in this series, that's for certain.
Yeah, now perfect. And look, one last one to kind of sign it out, right? You know, 95X and Nerd Punt are probably the other 2 favorites alongside you guys. Do you see any one of them as being a harder opponent than the other, especially in the current situation?
I think 95X are definitely a lot harder than Nerd Punt. Nerd Punt are okay, but I think 95X are definitely like more disciplined, and they're a team that I probably take more seriously. But honestly, this might be a bit of bias because my brother's on Nerd Punt and I don't really want to give them props. They are a lot better now though than they used to be, but I'm not really worried about them. No. I think 95X, yeah.
Love
it should be us versus them. And I love
Perfect. Well, there you go. You guys have heard it first. King, beautiful. All right, mate. Well, look, all the best in the rest of the competition, and we'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you, boys. Have a good one. Thanks for casting too.
God, I love him. Every single time I chat to Norson, it's always a good shout. And I love that as well. Don't want to prop up my brother. Bugger him. It's always good to see. Nah, look, that's a good run. And I think, you know, it was always nice to get a little bit more of an insight into that, right? You know, these guys are just sort of, you know, going with the flow now for the rest of the season. They've made it into playoffs and they need to keep on kicking and keep up that form. So good to hear that, you know, Fun Crew have kind of found the right pieces to the puzzle because they very well could be one of our champions, you know, and the one team that's going to Ascension. But another team who's going to be fighting for that spot and who Norson propped up is 95X. So around the bend, we're going to have 95X, of course, coming in up against Mammoth. And yeah, that should be a big one as well. So take a drink, take a break. We'll see you back.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
If you come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live. Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
And we're back after a little bit of a break to recover and refresh. We did, of course, see a cheeky little victory from Fun Crew. Very strong. It's 13-1 on Lotus and then 13-8 over on Bind. Where Bind is back into the mix, and we even heard it from Norson. He hates it, but it doesn't seem to be that bad. Konkmoto back on your screen. And Dion, we've got another series around the bend, which is, of course, going to be Mammoth up against the big boys in 95X.
Yeah, and I think this is the one that we were thinking might be a little bit more of a stomp, which is why we were highlighting over on the first series for tonight. But that one kind of, was also a bit of a stomp if you consider map one, and then the rounds that Fun Crew were actually getting in Bind as well. They were pretty clinical. So I'm kind of thinking, all right, for 95X, are you actually going to one-up that and just deliver a spanking over towards Mammoth, or are they going to have a bit of a resurgence to come into this series?
It all just depends on kind of what headspace 95X is in, right? We know how good, again, individually they can be. They've obviously got the dedicated IGL and Minimize. He's been consistent. Did actually get to catch up with him on the weekend as well. So this is a strong roster individually, but there's a bit more chaos because you can get any version of Lou and Dragon on the day. Lou's obviously back on the Duelist. Dragon's moved over to the Sentinel as, again, Minimize the leader. RDW now also switching it up as well. He's picking up the Sova more so, and then what, as usual, on the smoke. So really good rosters, solid and all round, but again, still kind of finding themselves as a unit, I think.
Yeah, it's always interesting when we've got roster shuffles and we've got, you know, players shuffling around. Maybe you try to make an argument that you want to find another god team like Team Launch into Order was once upon a time, to just have the best team that our region possibly could have, you know. But now we're getting some good competition. We're having players step up. And the way that I kind of look at 95X, and I hate to say this, but it kind of is a little bit true. It's the players that were left when everyone else went overseas and they've banded together to make the new team.
Yeah, and I think, like, because RDW, obviously he would have had opportunities, but with his health he couldn't go. You know, there was sort of similar stories as well about a couple of these different players that might have not made wanted to make that commitment. So yeah, we've still got definitely dregs of good talent that stayed for whatever reason, and it's mainly built up of what is there for 95X. But of course their opponent is another team that was down at the LAN over the weekend. That of course is Mammoth, and whilst they haven't had the best sort of series, they've had some roster changes. They definitely sort of haven't had the consistent results that they've wanted to. Still a pretty decent roster on their day. Exerst, Leyline, Lubit, Muzz, and Quancucci. Tell me a little bit more, Komodo.
Muzz has my firm handshake because he was the only one that actually gave like a good conversation at DreamHack. So yeah, he was no, he was really happy. Like he was happy to have a conversation and he was real chirpy around the whole event. So it was kind of good to see.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's always good to, you know, sort of have those catch-ups where you get the actual possibility. But we know Mammoth, you know, they're a team that's been in both of these seasons now, back-to-back, stage 1 and 2. And they have been just good enough to kind of hold on, you know, just good enough to take some of these maps. But they do need more time. They do need to develop. And, you know, communication is certainly going to be a key for a roster like this. But, you know, we did also focus on 2 of those players as per usual. And I think I actually did make that pickup as well, Komodo, of what we've got in front of us, Muzz and Dragon. As we know, you know, both have actually had stints on duelists in the past, and now they are sort of more so on that Killjoy, much more regular in that Sentinel role, and, you know, relatively consistent in their performances from both of them.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that one. I think Dragon is the player that a lot of our region is known for quite some time right now, and Muzz is kind of trying to step up. A lot of people still seemingly confuse him with the Fortnite player. I mean, granted, when you've got 2 players with the same name in the same region, in esports it tends to happen, but I guess, you know, Muzz trying to differentiate himself. If he's trying to do that within Valorant, you know, it's nice that he has certainly been able to do that, but I think we just need to see some good performances in the game to make it one step further.
Absolutely. I think we had the double up of the Has too as well at some point where, you know, old FaZe has, and then has in, you know, in the Valorant scene as well. But yeah, look, the guys are looking like they're ready to rock and roll. We actually spoke down with Muzz before the game as well, who had some really good insights and was just a chirpy bloke. So let's listen to what he's got to say.
Hi, I'm Muzz. I play for Mammoth, and we're part of VCT Oceania.
A flash around the corner for Rocky, maybe? It doesn't matter, Muzz! That's a brilliant 2K!
Right now, we're a little bit concerned because we haven't won a game yet, but we just recently played at LAN. We played pretty decent against 95X, and we're going to be versing him this week. So I think we should be good now. I think we're feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit more in tune with our game. So we're ready to take some heads and try and beat him.
This is beautiful. This is almost perfect. Vex is gone. Oh my goodness!
Coming into this stage, I don't know, we're a bit nervous because we just recently picked up a new player and had to bench our sub now, Dark. So we're a little bit nervous, but you know what? We're going to go in, we're going to try and qualify to make playoffs, and then from there, try and contend for that Ascension spot. If we're not really going to contend for it, then what's the point of playing? When we start playing aggressive and with confidence, I don't know, we just start taking heads and we start taking rounds, and that's all we need to play a little bit more like structured and a lot more confident. That's when we start to win.
Quancucci, put a sheriff in his hand, never discount him. Oh, and he's got the operator.
Yeah, we're going up against 95X. It's going to be a tough match, but we just recently played them at LAN. We know what they're sort of doing. We're going to try and anti-strat them, and we're going to try and beat them. That's the whole plan. That's where we're going in, and we're going to go with that confidence as well. Okay, depending on the map pool, if they ban out our Ascent, it would be a close best of 3. But if they pick Ascent, they're going to get destroyed like we did on LAN. That's our map. That's always been our map, and everyone knows that's our map. Otherwise, I feel like Haven, Pearl are going to be the 2 maps played, and then maybe Fracture, I reckon.
We're the best at Ascent, apparently. I love that. That's a little bit of confidence coming out from Muzz. And as I said in the Countdown show, he's the kind of guy that I would love to have a beer with. So, mate, shout out if I'm next over your way. Would love that. But he gave a little bit of an insight on what the team's feeling. Obviously, not picking up a map or a game rather throughout the entire course of the competition can be a little bit rough. But all they need to do is just keep kicking, keep improving, trying their best to push forward, and that will be what will ultimately work out for them. In the latter seasons, the series, the competition, everything doesn't end here. We get our big opportunity now. It's coming up shortly, that Ascension slot. But if you're not going to take it now, you're not in that hot contention. Next year after, keep on kicking, keep on fighting.
And I guess rightly so that Muzz says Ascent is their map as well. I'm just looking at it quickly as well over the weekend. I mean, they beat 95X 13-4 on that map.
Oh wow,
that's a bit of a hot scoreline in that one. But I mean, you're going back through it, and they've got some pretty good victories. They've got some pretty substantial losses actually on it too. But they've taken a Fun Crew also 13-2. It actually seems they've like smacked 95X and Fun Crew, but then they've lost to like Cooper Troopers and like a narrow win against the Who. So it's kind of up and down. I don't know. It'll be a very interesting map to get in towards this pool, and I think it's kind of. I guess if 95X wants to call themselves the best team in the region, you're probably wanting to beat a team like Mammoth on their best map to justify your saying in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we actually do have those vetoes. So let's have a bit of a look in to see what's going to be brought out and what's going to be banned on out as well with alongside these new changes. Okay, so Fracture's been gotten rid of. That makes sense. That was something that obviously we did hear Muzz mention. Lotus is out as well. So Ascent, Haven, and Pearl as that decider. I've seen some decent things on Mammoth on Pearl too. So, okay, that actually does kind of give me a little bit more information as to what we might see in this series. I guess we still think, all the way kind of through, this was going to be quite a one-sided evening. But if 95X don't show up, maybe there is a world where Mammoth can sort of make their way in as a result of this veto.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through towards what Pearl, if we do get there, has happened on the scoreline. They've managed to beat the Who, and they've also beaten the Cooper Troopers, but then they've lost against them more recently than they actually got those victories on Pearl. So it's just kind of L after L after L on Pearl. So I'm thinking if it's for Mammoth to try and get a victory here, it probably does actually need to be on Ascent and Haven, and they're maps that we've known for how long now when it comes towards Valorant. So I think it probably would be a good place for them. But then again, it's 95X. It's the team that everyone's trying to topple. So you still got to have that in the back of your mind.
We have heard that there is still one player trying to enter the server. So instead of rambling on for any longer, we're going to throw to a quick break. And as soon as we've got that ready, that map ready to go in Ascent, we'll fire it up. So we'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
You've come this far, and you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
So a little bit of a change of pace here. We haven't managed to get a fifth into the server outside of the coach. So Mammoth are going to be playing with Stoddy as we load into Ascent. So they've been given the tools, the pieces to the puzzle, their map selection. And unfortunately, we don't have the full recipe. But that's okay because sometimes it can still taste all right without an ingredient. So we're about to dive into Ascent, ready to rock and roll. But Komodo, do you think this means that we are going to have a little bit more of a one-sided result that we expected earlier?
I think it depends if 95X are going to play for fun or if they're going to play to win. I think that's the really big caveat coming into this. I'm trying to do like a research right now as well, because Stoddy has like all these Valorant accounts on private, so we don't know his like known agents or quantity of play. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see kind of what he's going to step in and what, you know, he's got big shoes to fill technically, but will he be up to the task? I don't know.
Yeah, has he played any comp at all?
That's what I'm looking for right now. I will admit, he was a very nice guy at the old LAN on the weekend, but I've never seen him play. Okay, Stoddy on this website says Mammoth joins coach in January and no agent data available. So I don't think he's ever played.
Well, there you go. We got Lou on cam, so I'm pretty happy with that. That's always nice to see the handsome man in person on the camera. But yeah, agent selection, obviously that's going to be a bit of a telltale because we have literally no idea. Ascent usually sort of means a relatively run-of-the-mill. We're going to get the Jet, we're going to get the Killjoy, going to get, you know, either the Fade or the Sova. It just really depends. So I don't know if they're going to take it a little bit differently now. There was a couple smiles, but I really sort of think for 95X's sake, you know, these guys are competing with Nerd Punt, competing with Fun Crew. I think whilst they've got the opportunity to try close this as strong as possible, they really should. They should be going hard in the paint to try and make this as close to a 13-0 as possible.
Yeah, and you'd expect with Stoddy coming in towards the KO, that's quite, you know, directable from an IGL standpoint for what he needs to be kind of using his utility. Flashes are pretty simple to throw for his team. Blades are pretty standard if he's got lineups. As anyone with a strat book, if you don't have pictures of your lineups in your strat book, you're doing it wrong, because this is a situation where they can actually become really beneficial. If you need someone to quickly know what piece of util where to stand, you put a position where they stand, you put where they are in their crosshair, and you say if it's a throw, a jump throw, or a little run throw. That's all you need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Komodo. Alrighty, so it is going to be this one right now. Sub in for Stoddy. The coach himself, unfortunately, Lubin has not been able to get his way into the server. So whether or not we're going to have him for 1 or 2 maps, we'll have to find out. We'll have to see. But either way, we do have a game. It's going to go ahead, and it starts here all on Ascent for the second series of, what is it now? Geez, week number 6, day number 2. We've been really rolling through this series in stage 2 so far, with the playoffs just around the corner.
Absolutely. So let's see what's going to have happen on our first map of Ascent, and of course Haven is the second. So we are guaranteed at least 4 different maps here, and if this series does go to the 5th tier, Mitch, that'll be Pearl. So it's 5 maps guaranteed to be different for today. So I think that's pretty cool in the grand scheme of things.
So starting, making some money moves through. Mammoth already taking point here, getting that additional control. Looks like they've actually given up the A site pretty happily, but they're not looking overly keen to sort of head that way. Exert's just going to be chilling, falling away with Quancucci. They're just waiting to see if any further aggression will come out. So Minimize actually walks straight in the tiles and straight into his demise early on. Good start here for Mammoth so far.
Yeah, see what they're going to look to do accordingly. Of course, Quan only has a 1 dark cover available at the moment, so you wouldn't mind them waiting for the second one, which is actually just getting now, before going for a bit of an execute over towards A potentially. But we can see from our bird's eye view, Mitch, that that's not where things are actually tending towards. It's going to be over towards the B side of the map, which is where Dragon currently has his turret looking Overwatch. But 95X, they have actually rotated to A, so this is going to be a free site. Little does Mammoth know.
Yeah, should be immediately taken. We'll see that turret in a second, but IDW gets the info straight on in. Exactly right. The Omen going down does make it a little bit more challenging. Turret's actually been recovered and repositioned, so that will chill for now. IDW trying to get some tap damage to that wall. Exerst is in position. Great shot from him. Nicely lined up. Exerst, there we go. 2 big frags. Does get tagged up by IDW, but he looks for another. Lou will be able to respond. But now it's in a 3v2. Lou taking down the 10. RDW not much healthier. And now as that wall is broken in towards Market, it's going to be really, really rough in the guts. So at least, look, Mammoth, they're not going to go down 13-0, that's for sure. They are going to start off quite nicely here unless we do see 95X get their way in. They're moving nice and slow. Just going to be all about patience. Mammoth just don't need a peek. Recon Bolt will keep them at bay for just a second. But that time's really ticking, Komodo. They don't even look overly keen to try fight this.
No, they're going for extra kills at the moment with 10 HP for Lou and 36 for RDW. Any damage they can get on the escape is going to be worth its weight in gold. Means they're not going to be bringing over any shields into the next round. And RDW is actually going to find himself 3 ulti points in this one. It all kind of goes downhill, though, after they lose the minimize. And you think, you know, from my position where I like to try and track as much utility in this game as possible, but it's very, very difficult to get all of it. You think when you're running in with a Sova and with a KO, where you've got access to Recon Dart and to Blade, you don't necessarily in a pistol round needing to go by yourself into a position. So maybe a bit of an overextension from minimize trying to go dry in towards tiles. But hey, it didn't work out for 95X. Let's see what they got on the back of that now.
Yeah, 100%. Minimize definitely getting a little bit over aggressive, but it's all good. All good in the hood. Paranoia out immediately. That's going to send Watt packing. They've obviously invested a gentle amount here with a few sheriffs. RDW does have the ghost in hand. Konkuchi using that shrouded step to get his way up to top of the generator, but now that spike will be planted. So side control taken. Mammoth's movement so far, the aggression nice and early, has given themselves enough space to at least see a level of confidence so far.
And 95X here, though, Mitch, they can kind of just throw caution to the wind and sacrifice all their bodies in towards this site because they didn't go for a full force up. So you can wait for a dark cover of what? You can wait out a little bit of this utility, and then you've got your recon dart with your 0 point as well to potentially get some damage.
They've destroyed it immediately. Paranoia goes out as well. That 0 point there, as you mentioned, though. Muzz will get one exerced. Couple more. Minimize is the only one to find a frag here as Dragon coming all the way down that flank here. There is a weapon to a cover, but it's not close enough. So, again, exit damage is all you really can hope for. So that's not too bad. Not enough damage to get the Radianite. No, they're okay. So 3 alive. Mammoth. Good position to be in, really. You know, it's not going to be the hottest looking bonus. Stoddy has the Vandal in hand. So, look, reasonable start for the guys so far. 2-0, good position. 95X have got a lot of work to do in this next round.
Yeah, certainly a lot of work to do in this one right now, because if you're losing a bonus against Mammoth, it kind of makes things a little bit more difficult, especially when, you know, there's been the whole, this is Mammoth's best map. They have to use a sub right now, so they're weaker, so you probably should be winning this one even cleaner if we're, you know, looking at 95X to be one of those teams to really strive for that Ascension slot. But we'll see how they navigate the starting of this round. Lou is not going to be popping his tailwind and is probably going to be dying because he's gone in towards a very tricky position rather, that he is very isolatable in. And yeah, I'm coining that word.
Isolatable in.
He's dead. There we go.
As he goes down, yeah, dead to exerts. Jet diff so far. He's looking for some more, but he's run out of blades here, so that puts him just down to the pistol, but he does recover that Vandal in the back of it, so not a bad position again. Paranoia flooding out in towards the market too. Now Dragon has to try and join RDW in this position. Stoddy spotted out by Watt. Great line there. Minimize also finding a fair bit as well. That fragment will buy them some time as the dark cover also does the same. Dragon, so sharp. Just easy, really. Muzz picks up another, so it's down to that 4-on-2. Still doable. 2-on-2 now. Leyline picks up another Komodo.
Oh, he's going to get the Hunter's Fury on the back of this plant. That can actually be a really big exit for Mammoth in this round. Takes half amount of damage off the shock dart, but now with the drone, he's going to spot out a bunch of information onto at least RDW. They don't know where Dragon is, but you can always expect them to be grouping up here. The double bounce is going to tickle Dragon right on down. A single bullet will end him. It's all going to come down to the next kill, Mitch. RDW gets away into it. He's vulnerable. He's taking extra damage from any bullets that come his way. Muzz finds RDW, and it's the Molly, the Nano Swarm for Dragon that could have potentially ended him. But Mitch, this is a bonus round that Mammoth are going to be claiming here. See if Dragon get any kills. There's the first one, but there's no way he wins it from here. There's no time for the defuse. And there it is.
Well done. That's cream. Yeah, okay. So, gun round. They've made it work. They're pushing. They're pulling. And at least they are not rolling over in any way, shape, or form. So Stoddy hasn't got a frag yet, but at least he's been able to get that utility down to assist the team. And early on, Mammoth are starting to push. So even on this attacker's side, they've already opened up with 3. 95X yet to kind of really get a bit of a wriggle on. They're going to be back down to just the pistols this round. A stinger for Mini. But yeah, great opening. Mammoth got to be happy with that so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks like it might be a bit of a quicker one from Mammoth toward the B side as well. Bit of early destruction of the utility. Dragon, I mean, they know who was here from his turret already, but that 0 point is just going to confirm what they might have had. I really don't want to see them invest the lockdown here. It's against an eco. That says to me that Mammoth aren't exactly knowing of what the economy is like for 95x. Maybe they're on the line of thought that, hey, we've got an ultimate. I'm going to get another one if you're Muzz. Use it to potentially try and gather this round. But, you know, that's such a pivotal ultimate that you probably want to see it in a gun round.
Back in towards mid. Stoddy. Oh, no! I was going to say opening frag, but does get punished. Great shot by RDW. No heals, though, available, so it means he is going to be limping through the rest of the round. Site taken again. Pressure put on. 95x have to find this retake. They do have the advantage, but Muzz has got the lurk in towards mid. He's going to take RDW for free. And as they do try to push in, Watt gets an additional frag, making it work so far. Quancucci could position. Great ultimate. That's going to support super well there from Leyline. Minimize does manage to pick up another, but there we go. Leyline with that Hunter's Fury, but it's not going to matter because they're defusing. They've already got the site. They've already got the control and a thrifty response. Yeah, that's rough. I feel like Mammoth did all the right things except for defend the spike there.
Well, I want to say Muzz was very late in mid to get that kill, so he wasn't actually able to establish any utility on the site when the plant goes down. No nano swarms to deny any defuse, no turret or alarm bot to play a little bit of disarray on the site itself. You have an investment of a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury, which is only good for a little bit of damage because the time didn't really matter. So for 95x, they have stolen not just the round, but two crucial ultimates that could have been used for Mammoth in a round such as this, where you have all of these guns. That is actually like really unfortunate for Mammoth. Let's just put it that way.
They must have just not heard the defuse maybe, because that Hunter's Fury was up from Leyline and he chose to shoot it, you know, towards another member across the other side of site. Exactly. So that could have been used to defend that spike, but unfortunately not. So it works out for 95x, even though they only have one alive. They've got the operator up for Lou now. And also very close to those ultimates as well. We've got the lockdown, but we are one tick away from pretty much everything else.
Yeah.
So they're going to be cruising up mid. Leyline, Exerst taking points, spotted out. RDW gets the info. He falls away. Now the Owl drone comes up as well. It's going to keep them both in the garden. So this is a good position again from Mammoth. Getting that early control once more.
Yeah, if you are Mammoth as well, what are you prioritizing in a situation like this? Stoddy to get the orb, to get a bit closer to the null command. Quan, with From the Shadows, I wouldn't have minded him actually picking it up. He could have dropped the spike. You could potentially go for a bit of a fake and then he can TP, pick it up or something like that. You know, it's just trying to, again, maximize what you've got in these rounds when you're feeling like a little bit behind. You want to add more to what you've got to cook with. 20 seconds to go, Mitch. I'm getting vibes of what we saw in the last series as well, when you got a lot of this utility that you still got to contend with. 20 seconds, and RDW in the dark cover. You know he's just going to spray him down. There's two. One stolen from Watt, but this is 10 seconds to establish a spike plant. This is hard.
That's it. They've got nothing to do. At least they do get onto that site with Quancucci at the helm, but RDW has taken so much. Lou just sending a little bit of a fake on that tailwind now. They've still got that info as to where Leyline's whereabouts are, and now Ardy is not going to get too... Oh, he actually does get all the info, the reveal! I thought they destroyed it quick enough, but that's one tag and a second as well. Ardy doing the damage, and that Hunter's Fury does lock them both in towards unders. Quan, Exerst, stuck, back up against the wall. Fragment is perfect, and that's 5 alive, and there's much more what you expect from 95x.
Ready? Listen for it.
Hit me.
There it is.
Ah, beautiful. Love to see it. Flawless.
Absolutely. That is real good for 95x to try, you know, recoup a couple of losses to come in towards this one. Build your economy. But yeah, quite unfortunate for Mammoth, right? They've been plagued by positioning on a couple of teammates, not figuring out that the spike was being defused. So no protection on the objective. And then around such as that, you know, you're playing against the time, essentially. At that point, you're not really playing against 95x.
Kill all your opponents.
You're against the clock.
Knife deployed.
There's that early paranoia. This time
four
with nothing.
players.
All spotted. Minimize is actually going to defend off the back of that too, so immediately popping the null command. It's not really going to do a whole lot, unfortunately, at this point in time. It's more of just a deterrent.
Yeah, exactly. It
stalls.
stalls.
Two over towards A, but it stalls, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it stalls Mammoth from going in towards the site with any sense of an execute that they want. They use their own 0 point as well, so they have to wait for something like that. They use the recon dart, so they've got no information to try and just bully in towards the B site, Mitch. You've got a dark cover that's gone. You'll put in your drone, and with Lou on the line, he can potentially either get off the line or go for this with a fight because he's got tailwind. And then you also have to remember that Minimize does have the fragment. Well, he did because he's... okay.
God, I love that. You know, you've got an
Quan's from the
operator.
shadows.
Take flight.
Shorty's still better, apparently. But okay. 3v3. From the shadows utilized, as you mentioned, to get in towards taking point. Low HP for Quan. Paranoia actually not going to meet the mark here either. In the boat shed, Quan super low. Just a short breath of air might be able to blow it all away from him, but he's still in position. Oh, God. He put in a solid effort. Great crack. Good footy, but
yeah,
it's going to be a third round secured for 95X. They tie up the scoreline, and they have been looking way more cozy in these last few rounds. But overall, good 3K from Lou. Good response. Good recovery. And they'll put themselves in the pole position to take another round here, but they're going to have to contest up against a full buy.
It's one of those dice rollers as well. Where is Quan actually using from the shadows? Is he trying to get over to the other side of the map when they feel like they're too hot under the collar? Is he getting at the back of the boathouse? And it just so happens that he did go there, and Minimize had left that position, right? He repositions onto the side itself. Maybe was thinking to use the fragment to stop them from being able to trickle out of main. Regardless, he gets taken out. And at the end of the day, 95X do get the retake happening. The Shorty, as you mentioned as well, getting the good business happening. RDW now with an operator, though. Lou has given over that one. He's found Exert's head. He's found more. Muzz is down for the count. And this is just complete collapse around the tiles location. They are cracking. You can't put them back together. And now it's onto Leyline for a 1 versus 5.
That's really rough. I just love that from 95X. You know, Minimize has made the call. Just take control. Take mid. Take position. You know, we're going to pick up the pace, change it around completely in round number 7, and it works out for them. Leyline literally sitting all the way back in their spawn, has no spike, dark cover to pull him off as well. Minimize is low, can't get healed, but if they keep 5 alive, that's an excellent position to be found for 95X.
Yeah.
There's the info as well, so they know exactly where he is.
Problem is, Minimize can't be the one to try and go for the kill because he doesn't have too much HP. What'll be on the line? He'll get the kill. Another flawless for 95X. Their economy, it's not completely built up just yet, but it certainly is getting toward the mark where Mammoth need to win, you know, 2, 3 gun rounds in a row to reset. And actually, I was waiting for it. It loses even forward with RDW, so they're actually, you know, they've got buys for a couple of more rounds. Becomes real difficult for Mammoth. A timeout is going to be coming into play. You would expect for Mammoth here.
Give it time. Have a little think. You know what I'm thinking about, Komodo?
Let me guess. It's HSP.
No, but that's for later. I have to because Crash told me to, so that's fine. Chat, what do you have on your HSP? Tell me all about it right now. I'm interested, but no.
I will give you...
I'm going to make a burger. Okay?
I
saw this burger.
Crash is telling me what I have on my HSP. I was going to say I will give somebody some dollars if they guess what I have on my HSP. But then I'm just thinking, I hope no one spoils it and actually secretly tells someone to guess it.
So you're not going to say it?
Should I say it?
Yeah.
People will frame me. It's not cringe.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's
on
cringe.
my HSP, there is cheese and mixed meat. The standard, right? People usually consider getting the Holy Trinity, or they go barbecue sauce and stuff, or they go, you know, just sweet and sour and your stuff like that. Me, I get sweet and sour and lemon juice. Don't diss it till you try it. Trust.
Oh man. The worst part is I do want to try it, but I still am going to call you cringe at the exact same time. But what's not cringe is
you play Sage Operator.
A-side offense. Look, I do. That is true. Okay. Okay. Into sight. Control taken. Trying to establish this position as best they possibly can. Spike is going to go down. Trying to fall back as best as they possibly can. It's going to be the old Classico Valorant position of a 5-on-5 retake. Quite common on the grounds of Ascent. They are going to at least see Mammoth get themselves into a decent bit of a post plan as they move through clear. Don't think anyone's going to get caught up by this. One detainee, but as they move back over the top, Minimize is there. Lou's going to be able to try another. The knife, no, not quite. Minimize also, what gets it? It's moving in nicely, and how it's gone from a 5 alive and a 5v5 to another flawless. It's just beyond me. But we are here with a 5th round for 95X, and it's easy breezy, beautiful cover girl.
Yeah, we're just kind of looking for, you know, the next single to really captivate everybody. 5-3. Not a bad time if you're an early shift worker.
I was going to tell you about that burger.
Burger?
So I saw some restaurant in New York City, Jesus Christ, that does a burger where it's double smashed cheeseburger with kimchi and kimchi mayo and
I'm out.
pickles.
I bail.
So I'm going to give that a little go. I think that's what I'm doing this weekend. As we do respond and recover. A little bit of action inside mid, but everyone's sort of pulled the trigger, pulled the plug. Are all back out towards a little bit of a rotation. 95X trying to actually take some early A main control here, Komodo.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of utility they're able to bait out from Mammoth. It's been, the Aldrin for Leyline is non-existent. We've got a fragment for Stoddy that's non-existent. So you kind of want to see Stoddy with his 10 HP set up a flash. If he knows the lineup for the pop flash in towards tree, that would be pretty decent right now. You get a good position where you might be able to best RDW, but the drone here kind of upsets the balance of things and spots a world of information. It's going to be retaliated with one of his own. So for the time being, 40 seconds to go. A bit of a stall, a bit of a stalemate, and a bit of a missed shot for Lou that, if it had connected, would have eliminated smokes.
You should run.
Doesn't happen for the time being. That lockdown will now come through as best as possible, seeing what they're going to be able to do with it here. Exerce really sort of relying on that flank position here, but it's not going to be enough. Stoddy on the board. Let's go. Big frag, big round as he does try to get moving, but damage has just been dealt absolutely everywhere, all on Amaz. He's got such a lot of work to do here. Spike is dropped. Dragon finds the frag and done and dusted. Another round here for 95X. They've got 6 in a row, and they've been looking absolutely comfy ever since they lost those opening 3, Komodo.
Is it downhill for Mammoth? There's glimpses of possibilities, right? I just kind of want to see something a little bit early, but not too early, where they just get completely stopped out by all the utility. Had they gone in through the tree after RDW uses the drone, they would have met with Minimizer's 0 point. Potentially even just force your way through that in toward the side itself, because at that point in time, Quan would have been able to still get a dark cover on the tree. This time it's going to be quick in towards A. I beg the question, though. Please, protect the spike if you get it planted.
They'll do their best. They'll do their blurst. Stoddy, another one. Big man on campus, really locking it down. He's taken that site control off the back of that null command, so they're going to keep them at bay for just a little while longer. The suppression will be there. Aldrone goes up and over the top. Information gathered onto Dragon. He'll have to fall away, but this is still a very doable position. Swap over of the weapon. Quancucci trying to get in towards position, but they've heard it. Dragon does know. Info gathered, but Watt also picking up another frag in the process as well. Minimize gets another onto Muzz. Now Stoddy, pressure's on, mate. You got to try and lock down this position. Lou already in, but he's dodged it, missed it. Watt gets the frag, so information already faked out and baited out. Now all left on to Lou. Has to try and get underneath, tries to fake it, tries to move on in. One, now another shot. He has to try and do it, but it's not enough. No time. And it's a knife battle as well. Leyline's done it.
All right, there's the
that's
protection.
A 4th round for Mammoth.
They've done it. They've gotten the spike. They've made it explode. They've gotten the crucial round on the board. Hard felt for Stoddy. Gets baited out by the dash of Lou into the cloud burst and taken out by Watt. But regardless, your team gets the round on the board. Cheer. Bring them up. Excite your team. Keep the spirits high, because this, from Mammoth's own words, Ascent is their map. Show us. Continue.
Still a world where they can win it. Defender's side is meant to be the favored side, but you can never really tell in series like this, especially when you're lacking in one of your original players. And I do believe from some information we've gathered earlier as well, it should be Stoddy for the rest of the series as well. I always wonder what it would be like if I ever had to sub in to a pro game, but...
I'd love to do it for Valorant. For CS, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
RDW, though, Mitch, to start things off with the Odin. It's been a little bit since we've seen that gun actually be purchased by the defensive side, because I guess he didn't really feel like he needed it, but all of the util coming on through. Dragon and Leyline exchanging kills. Everybody getting a piece of the pie right now, but is it a sweet pie or is it a sour pie? For RDW, Odin go burr. And that's going to make it 7 for 95X.
El Clasico, isn't it? That's Sova and the Odin usually locking down the B site, trying to get an info. Who coined that, by the way? Because we've seen it with the Fade as well, but like the Odin Sova play. When did that come into fruition? It was so early.
It makes sense because of the penetration rapid ability of the Odin and the reveal of information. You could essentially do it with the Fade, right? Because you get a good reveal of the eye. You could argue that KO can do it as well because you get a reveal. But we've seen players, you know, not even play those agents and still go for the spam because it's a one-dimensional position. You don't need to be a special agent to just get this line and hold mouse 1.
Yeah,
and also
I still remember when it first started, right?
Yeah, Crashes let us know that Sinatra back in Sentinels apparently.
Ah, I see. That would make sense. All right. Good tag up, RDW. We'll get all of that information early on. And is that a secondary reveal?
Oh, he ran it back into his boy.
It still does get it. Yeah, Quan, no. That's a rough position to be in because I think Stoddy actually got tagged up as well and they know he's there. Look at that. Minimize to punish. All this control, wrapping it around in the boat shed. Exerce does manage to pick up another Minimize, trying to do some damage, but Dragon locking it down with the actual lockdown. Oh, God, he's so good. That was just way too easy. And now as we move into halftime, 8-4, 95X do hold on to the lead, but Mammoth now move on to what should be that advantaged defender's side.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what side do they have usually as their strong suit. Let me bring up the statistics and have a look. Pretty even defense and attack against 95X last time. They didn't do anything against the Who. They lost 1-13. Oh no, sorry, that's Pearl. I'm looking at the wrong map. I'm looking for Ascent. Here we go. The attackers side is where they did the lion's share of their damage in pretty much all of their halves, actually. So there you go. Mammoth, yeah. Attacker side.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
so
good.
They're on their, quote, weaker side, but it is more often than not being the side that they closed the map out on, so they didn't need to do as much.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, that's good to know. But 95X, I guess this is a lot of pressure, a lot of weight on their shoulders, you know, dropping a map to a team that does have a sub, especially a sub that's, you know, not some, like, GOAT former pro player or something along those lines. It is always a rough sort of prospect, especially when you're not super fresh. But look, he's made the call. He's jumped in. You know, it means we don't have to get a forfeit, which is absolutely beautiful. So, big shout to Stoddy. Leyline, he's going to get the equalizer here, dropping down Dragon, a key member. And now as they do start to rotate and try to take some further controlling towards B main here, Mammoth, we do have some further control. RDW getting another straight onto Exerce through that dark cover. Muzz also was spotted out. He's got a couple of shots, a couple of warning shots off. And does get that one dry spray onto Minimize. Now Leyline also getting some further info, but at least we've got the sight for 95X. Lubert can close the door. Actually, it's Lou, not Lubert.
Yeah, post plant now. What have you got to play with? Leyline has a recon dart. You got Quan with a single dart cover. His second is now usable, but Mars is getting away with a cheeky one on towards Lou. Is that going to be the be-all and end-all? Is that going to be the one thing you need to get back into this round? Because you can't wait 10 seconds until RDW has his dart available, because he might be able to steer a lot of information, but he spots out 2, misses those, and now it's all onto what? A 1 versus 3. They're not looking for him, but the shots, they get away from him. Meaning the defuse here, Conky can come through, and Mammoth will pick up their second pistol.
That was so tough. You know, no real sort of counter utility to try play against that dark cover that kept RDW isolated in main. Maybe a sight position, you know, knowing that his teammate was super low under Heaven. If he tried to play a little bit more of an aggressive line, he could have potentially put himself in a less exposed position. But, you know, catch-22, vision, whatever you want to call it. Hindsight.
It's bleak and grey. That's what vision is.
Oh, yeah, listen. When you have a drill fall into your eye,
that's the one.
colors do change up.
Yeah, don't recommend...
I need to get my updated glasses.
Don't recommend getting a power drill through your face, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Anyways, Exerce, he's got a bullet through his head. Don't recommend that either.
Always rough, but sometimes this is where some of these, you know, experienced players do thrive. Might let it slip on a pistol, but ultimately be able to bring it back.
This is where a good test actually will come towards Mammoth, because you pick up both pistols. Tell me you don't drop both secondary rounds. The force has come through from 95X though, Mitch, because they got the plant and some good damage. a player advantage. And I guess at the end of the day, you know, you've lost a duelist on the defensive side. It's not the end of the world. You've got your generic, you know, kind of agents that might be more defensive focused, one could argue, because they're not needing to pave the way, lead an advantage or an entry. Stoddy, unfortunate timing though with that. And now he's been seen, taken care of. At least a trade from Quan.
Very good response. What though? Able to get a second for himself in the round. Making some money moves here. That spike does get planted. 95X really sort of locking it down into position. Super tough retake prospect here for Mammoth. You know, they were able to find that second pistol in the game too. 2 pistols, not exactly a position you want to fall out of. And it doesn't look like they're overly confident here. It is such a hard position to find your way back in. Aldrone gets up, spots out that call. But 3 members under heaven, you know, it's such a tough one to see. You're going to drop down and just have the firing squad there. Leyline does try to get some additional utility in, but it doesn't quite kip. And that's another round for 95X. Very strong. Very strong.
At least there's a holding of weapons into the next round. I guess you could make that argument for Mammoth. You might be able to get, you know, some more damage, but no one else is going towards the defender spawn. So it's just going to be mini falling at the end of this one. That secondary round, you really need to be gathering those if you are, you know, finding the pistol. Because it kind of sets you up in a position to potentially fall over, right? Because what does the buy actually look like here? Do you just go for a Forces Mammoth to try and back up the Bulldog and the Ares? Or do you just go for a little bit of a very light buy-in, knowing that if you do catch the L at the end of this round anyway, you still got to buy in the next round, and you use these weapons as maybe just a little bit of a key to try and gather around. And that's probably the way that is going to be better for more teams. So that's what they'll go in with.
Artie swapping over. Happy to take the lesser weaponry on that Sheriff. Lou at the helm, as always. He's up super, super quick. Look at this flank, though. Already up short, trying to get in towards position. Is Dragon going to get any of these audio cues? They are bouncing around a little bit towards top mid. Stoddy having a bit of a look-see. Definitely looks like Dragon has got his back turned.
Yeah, the alarm bot, though, Mitch. That's what's going to give up the goods.
There you go.
So now that there's an idea that there is a flank, Dragon can just play focus on towards that. He'll spot out that it is the KO, so he can potentially just swing Stoddy if he wants to. Rest of the team is doing the damage where required. RDW with the Sheriff. Now you just got to find where Leyline is, because if he gets a kill or two very rapidly and Dragon maybe loses his life, that's how you get back into this one. He's being spotted out. Won't get taken out. And now Leyline with the Ares gets one. It's not going to go into the next round, though. Ah. Unless Artie wants it. Yeah, I guess you just throw it out of the map maybe and get a vandal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look, good response. Bonus. Good react. Bonus is going to be decent. We've got some pretty good weaponry. We'll have additional investment from Minimize. Rest of the team's got solid cash, should be able to drop over regardless. So I think this is quite a happy position to be in for 95X. They obviously won the second round, so this doesn't even really feel like an eco or a bonus here. So they're just looking comfy. Mammoth also not with the best sort of position. You know, we had to drop to the Bulldog for Muzz. He's only a couple away from that lockdown, but it's still just such a tough position to be in. You know, back up against the wall. This was the one that it really was for them to win. But again, only with a sub makes it tough. Lou opening up strong. Quan, though, good response. Certainly not done in the round. They still do have positional lockdown available.
Ooh. Don't sacrifice yourself too much.
Yeah,
to try and destroy it, though. Lou actually ate that shock dart for dinner as well, down to 50 HP. And RDW has chosen to play with fire and use the Ares. But with what finding 2, Mitch, is that just going to be the... Oh, hang on. What? No. You're throwing. What is... It's a 4v2.
I feel like I just blinked.
Yep. It was a 4v2. And RDW, I think it was, has jumped in towards the B site with the spike. He has died, and his teammate has not swung to avenge him, and has also died. And now Muzz has a 1 versus 1 where he has the element of surprise, but he chooses to swing into Dragon, who's ready. All right. Interesting
that was like another
round.
situation of what we had on map number 1, right? Where we had Alucard pull away that 1v4. Just literally, how hard can we throw this round, boys? The only saving grace for the boys on Fun Crew is the sense that they did pull it away 13-0 outside of that round.
Well, remember, we've seen some glorious comebacks before, Mitch. I think the one that's still kind of is stuck in my head is the Sao Paulo lock-in final. Loud and Fnatic, right? That comeback from Fnatic. And the attempted comebacks on like a lot of those maps. It was ridiculous.
Was like a 7-hour series for us, bro. I'm pretty sure. Like, we were casting that game for a long time.
Yeah.
Lots of OTs, lots of back and forth.
Just
almost the reverse comeback.
Good game of Valorant that was. Anywho, that's a good shot from Xerxes. Finally getting some revenge on towards Lou, but is that going to be the only damage that's delivered in this round? Because the spike is down, shock darts are out from both sides, and that has a bit of trickle damage from, both sides.
Not really good for Mammoth, so they're going to be in an awkward spot again. They are up nice and close this time with the crossfire. Minimize able to find that one, now up in heaven as well. We do have Mars a little bit of a distance away. The Stinger, not exactly the best, but as I say that, hang on. 2 big frags from Mars now responding, potentially making it a winnable prospect here. Little tag up under heaven as well. RDW very low. I don't know if they're going to try and find it or if they're just going to try and lock him out.
Oh, no.
Oh, what? No! Mars. He's got 3 now. RDW just has to hope to hold on. They're sticking it. They're trying it. Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury. No way!
Oh, Muzz. He's mistimed that one.
Just. Oh, man. If Muzz pulled away that defuse, that would have been just the Giga Chad meme at its finest.
Well, because even if you get off there, you're probably not winning the round as Muzz. So, like, because RDW used the Hunter's Fury, you know about the fake Hunter's Furies. If he just runs at him, he can't get off the spike in that situation. So RDW is just sticking through that one very luckily enough to get the job done at the end of the day. I was thinking in my head as well with what, stuck at Generator. Does he just use the From the Shadows to get out towards Wine or in towards main to try and, play the spike from a little bit of distance? But he actually got 0 pointed off by Study. So he was stuck on the site. Everybody saw the whiff in 4K. So he's lucky that RDW bailed him out. It's now round 12, Mitch, which makes this the last round potentially of this map. And Dragon started off by finding one. So has Mini.
$200 weapon, by the way. Quancucci does get a response there. Oh my! Already here. That was quick. Cheeky flick up towards heaven. My word, Quan. They do have the From the Shadows available as well if necessary. Spike dropped on that site. Moving in towards heaven now. RDW spotting out nothing. Quancucci has responded into a position that is great to be in. Paranoia goes deep. Does catch though. Now it's all onto Exerst. 1v3. Is there anything he can do? There is not. What is going to be able to find it? 95X walk away with a strong start, 13-5. But I got to admit, Mammoth certainly acted like there was something for them to play for a little bit, as they did at least open up strong with 3. So overall, not a bad position to find yourself, even if you're Mammoth. Losing a player, coach subbing in. I still got to give them some level of props for that one. They showed some really good fight in a couple of these rounds, and if Lubert was in there, it might have been a different story.
I think you got to remember as well, one of the hard things for them though is finding both of those pistols and losing the second rounds. Those are rounds that you should probably be getting, even maybe if you do have a substitute coming in, because at the end of the day, Stoddy should still, on paper know the strats or be able to be positioned a little bit to be more supportive. And I saw a couple of team flashes in there, so unfortunate situation if he's not really played KO or substituted in for the team before, because the statistics don't actually show that he's had to sub in before. So we'll give him a bit of benefit of the doubt for this map. But yeah, map number 1 done and dusted. 95X taking that cleanly, which means we go into Haven next, and I believe we will be getting Lubert back because I saw him in the chat. So provided that he's got his game ready,
the tournament realm or something like that. So I don't know, is it an account issue, is it whatever? But irrespective, do you know what's better than, or what's worse rather than having a coach sub in, is having a forfeit, right? So we've still got a game, we've still got a series. We'll keep you guys all updated to see what's actually going to come through into the next one. But yeah, look, no surprises there. Really good result from all of the players in 95X. RDW up there with a high ACS, off the back of those Sova reveals. He had some really good utility placement as well. Dragon also had a fantastic position. His lurks were really solid. So overall, it was just a nice win for 95X. But yeah, I think Muzz deserves a bit of a shout, and so does Leyline. They both really performed well, even up against the odds. So that was a more interesting game than I expected it to be. So I'm very sort of glad that we do find that position. But now, of course, does take us into that next map of Haven, and you think Ascent can be a stomp round. Haven is exactly what we might expect of what we saw on Lotus. So we'll see what happens in the break, but until then, we'll see you in a couple, and hopefully we've got a solid game on our hands.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
If you come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Oh, welcome back. Now, we have been trolled. So we were thinking that originally we were going to be diving straight back into the series with Stoddy once more. But I do believe that Mammoth have actually opted to take their extra time to try and get these issues sorted with Lubit. So we are going to send back to a quick break. So apologies to bringing you all back and running it with. We're going to try and give these guys some extra time to make sure they can play with their full 5. Should be back in about 10 minutes. So we'll see you guys back there in a couple seconds. Thank you for joining us and throw you back to the break screen. See you in a sec. Here we go, we're back in it, and unfortunately we couldn't get Lubit back in towards the server, so we will be playing with Stoddy once more, which is a welcome invite because we're giving him an opportunity to run it back anyway. Always love to see a little cheeky player get in there, get involved and get around it. So coach is in. Konkmoto, again, back on your screens, potential finale of the series right now. You know, we're going in to see what's going to happen, Komodo. Do you think they've got what it takes on Haven or what?
Probably not, but I just want to take my 2 cents in here, and I've said this, look, I don't know how many times. Get a sub. You never know the importance that a substitute will actually mean to your roster. If you've got someone who's playing ranked and you think they're doing all right, just add them as a sub if they ever need to just quickly jump in, you know?
Exactly. There's always that opportunity to have someone in these kind of times of need, but that's okay. We're not going to dwell on it because I think Haven, you know, this is going to be a tough one anyway, right? As we sort of spoke about for Mammoth, Ascent was their map that they needed to take it. They did manage to get 5 rounds, but it was a bit painful. It was a bit tough, right? You know, 95X are a really solid team and they were taking it seriously. They didn't mess around. They didn't sort of throw anything to the wayside, but Haven, I'm excited. You know, it's a map that's kind of a little bit stomp potential. So seeing the agents come in will definitely give us a bit of a telltale about what we actually have come on in. So
I'll hit you with the stats. 75% win rate for 95X and 23% win rate for Mammoth. Mammoth have played more games total as well on this map.
Wow. Okay. So not the best map for, unfortunately, for Mammoth, but it's all right. Almost a mirror match on the agents. We've just got the swap out of the cheeky little Astra for the Omen. That's okay. Quan, you know, Satan into as usual in Omen. It's going to work out that way. Minis jumping onto the breach here. So yeah, nothing out of the usual. Very, very common. It's an age-old composition. It's an age-old map. It's Haven. It's got 3 sites. The last time tonight that we saw a 3-site map, it was 13-1 in favor, of course, of Fun Crew over the side of... oh my god, I'm actually losing flat now, Komodo. Jesus. No, we had Fun Crew. Fun Crew was the team that did it. No, don't do that to me, man. I'm sick.
Think Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's time to duel?
No, one of the summons. That's the team name. XYZ, Xyz.
How did you use that as a... Fair. All right, chat, ignore everything that I've said. It's okay. Lou, he's dead, unfortunately, going down to the hands of Muzz. Very, very nice opener. We've seen them obviously pick up the pistol so far. Exerst gets punished by Minimize. Nice little response there with the Frenzy as they pick up the pace now, moving towards that A site, trying to lock it in. It's going to be real tough here for Leyline. Has to do what he can. Minimize still able to recover, able to recollect. Dragon also taken very, very low. So a lot of pressure actually falls onto the shoulders of Watt here.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. 1 versus 3, a bit of damage, and he's not going to do it. Stoddy on the board in the pistol round. It's a pistol to Mammoth. I don't want them to drop the second. That's the important thing. It's the big important thing. But yeah, back to what I was saying before. So I've kind of always wanted to whip it in, right, to a cast, Xyz, but I've been told it's XYZ, so I've never really been able to.
Yeah, it is XYZ, obviously, as the roster, the way they announce it.
XYZ is also how you like spell the Yu-Gi-Oh summon, but it's pronounced Xyz. So it's like an Xyz summon, which, so anyways. Let me nerd out, all right?
I'm going to nerd out in a second, mate. Greyhounds on their way to Paris. Let's go.
Sir.
Big days. Big things for Oceanic Gaming. Just like now. It's important. This time round, though, Lou. Never mind. What have you said, Komodo?
Don't drop the round. And they're doing it.
They forced off pretty well. RDW's managing to get a hold of the control here. He's actually got the spike. So they're going to get the full plant. They think it's A. Now the rotation is coming through. Dragon, how has he stayed alive for that long? Watt and Lou are very low. They still think it's A for now, but now the rotation is starting to come in. RDW is going to have the recon bolt.
Where's Mini?
It's going to take them a long time. Exactly right. Rotation coming up from Lou. Trying to get in towards position. They have to go very, very fast. There is a decent post plant here. Minimize is going to get another. Nice try. Damage being dealt. Fault line is there. Should be able to at least get them off the plant as best as possible here, Komodo. RDW just needs to peek. Just needs to spot the line, and that's the round done. 4 alive. Free weapon is the classic.
I need somebody to understand. Mammoth have gotten 3 pistol rounds and they've dropped 3 secondary rounds. I need some sort of meme made for the socials that it's time to stop. Let's go with that meme. It's time to stop. It hurts. I'm sorry.
Eyes on target.
Stoddy's on top for Mammoth.
That's all that matters, baby. Stoddy's on top for me this entire series, I reckon. Big shout out to the man. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like so far Mammoth's going to be getting that series win that they desperately need. It's been a rough season, but I think there's still a lot of fans with their tusks up. Cruising on in now. I'll be spotted. Information gathered. That's a whole lot of info off the back of that. It's really rough there for Leyline. Actually goes down to the aftershock and minimize as well. Trying to get some further info. Lou just cruising on up. Quancucci very low. 95X just continue to be chilling. The Stoddy's also punished for trying to get some earlier control.
Yeah. See what extra damage Mammoth can do. They do have a bit of an entrapment around this A side at the moment, but with the fading dark cover, that starts to look a little bit more bleak for someone like Exerst, who can't quite get extra damage with the shorty. Maybe they're able to finish off one of these players, but unfortunately not at the end of the day, as Stoddy last to fall. Means that 95X will get the second round on the board. And just to note, Minimize already has Rolling Thunder, so if you're going in towards a bit of a delayed bonus round,
yeah, he's 8-1.
It can upset you.
Not a bad run. I also just love that, you know, about the shorty, right? It can literally murk someone at super close range, but then it, like, you know, add an extra meter or so, and all of a sudden it's a double dink for 30 damage.
Yeah, it's not a weapon I generally buy. I only ever get let down on it.
It's more of a thing of, you know, it works out with the operator, works out when you're at mega close range.
Yeah.
Exerst, that also doesn't work out quite. You've got to be super confident to run that gauntlet. And Lou is already at the helm, mate. He's up close and personal. Taking all that control. Very happy to be found in towards that position. Does he dive into heaven? The Nebula is down.
You've also got IDW who hasn't even used the recon dart just yet, so that can get a good little reveal. The flash is going to do nothing, as Quan is at least good for a trade, but there's just the sheer amount of, you know, bodies that are available still for 95X that is just going to throw Mammoth a bit of a spanner in the works, and Dragon's Flank is even just going to get a knife on a Stoddy. So this is the stage that we're at right now.
You
said it perfectly earlier. If you thought that you might get a stomp on Ascent, welcome to Haven.
Yeah. I mean, look, the fact that we're in round 5, Minimize is 8-1, already had a knife kill. That very much summarizes where we're at and what we're likely going to experience for the rest of it. So all I ask you guys watching along from home is that we try and make this broadcast as entertaining as possible for the remainder of the map, because that's what we need.
All right, what do we have?
You're a 95X fan or you're a Mammoth fan, cheer them on, hype them up.
What other dividing statement do we have to make? Because we've gotten my HSP choice of toppings.
Oh, yes. What? Hot takes.
Hot takes.
Uncommon opinions.
Yeah. Muzz and Stoddy.
We'll call it after the round, because look at this.
Possible.
Certainly a resurgence.
Rolling Thunder already
Guns,
used from
though.
Mini.
Exactly. Mini's up close. Not messing around here. Inside that Nebula. Muzz gonna walk on in. There's one. Goes back to the Vandal. They're just trying to juke it as best as possible. We do have that long flank coming in, but Dragon's gonna line him up. Exerst does get the trade, but what could quickly respond? So it's all down to Leyline and Stoddy. Recon Bolt not gonna get the info it needs. There's Leyline. Gonna be on to minimize the IGL to try and clutch, but it's Stoddy! And they've got time.
Breach diffing minimize. There you go. Just needed to warm up. He'll get the Rolling Thunder on the back of this. That is a stolen round from Mammoth.
We don't need any hot takes. The hot take, is Mammoth going to win this round? And the answer was yes.
Yeah, we take it. Just waiting for a little bit of the buy to come on up to see what sort of investment we're going to have. It's going to be the full buy from everybody, of course. You've got even near 5 ultimates available for Mammoth coming into this next round. Conky, you got the Blade Storm from Lou, which is going to be activated. Potential dash in towards short with a Nebula that'll be dissipated in the sewers, potentially. No, they're just waiting out the utility around the A side of things and then going to be jump spotting long. So it does look like an early bit of an A lean for 95X. And I'm already just seeing Mammoth completely fall back from the A site. They're happy enough to play retake. I mean, I can't blame them. You've got a Rolling Thunder. You've got a Hunter's Fury. You've got Exerst, who technically can double up Draft Bladestorm if he wants to from Link. It's not a bad idea to switch to a retake in a situation like this.
Just needing to chill. 95X have already got some forward control. You know, as you mentioned, putting Exerst into that position too early will just make it, you know, near on an unwinnable round. But they are slowly making their way up right now, starring towards Heaven. That'll be the Nebula later, I'm sure. Lou does spot, tries to give some info. Actually, the Nebula's gone down the bottom towards CT, so there's Exerst. Great shot onto Lou. So that's an opening frag. Make it 2. He's actually getting really aggressive here. Does get punished by Dragon. Maybe a little bit overzealous there. And now what? Oh, no, what? Okay, gets 1.5. Muzz will stay alive. So it's a 3 versus 2. Dragon has to try and reposition because look at this. Now he has to go fishing. Doesn't have the spike in hand. No, Mini!
That's twice.
The run and gun. All left onto Dragon. The lockdown can be waited out. Does also have the Nano Swarm. Can pop that one in a second. He's up nice and close, but they can still get into Heaven here. There was one detainee. That was Stoddy.
I was going to say they might wait for the recon dart. That's ambitious from Dragon. Yeah.
Do they even need to use the Rolling Thunder? It might have been worth it. It might have. Oh. Had that Rolling Thunder, Komodo. That did not need to be the case at all, but I guess they're just sitting there going, well, look, it's just one guy left.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, Leyline with that recon dart as well. If they waited a couple of extra seconds, he pops that up, it would have got a good reveal. And then they can go a little bit more methodically. Some damage delivered from 95X for sure here, Conky. But Mammoth, they get the job done. They secure another round. Coach Stoddy still on top. Double diffing minimize.
I feel like every single round that we talk down about Mammoth, they respond. So right now I'm going to be talking less smack because, you know, they're certainly earning and burning right now. Mammoth not done. And, you know, all the rounds that Mammoth keep winning, like this should be unlosable for 95X. And every single moment, you can still see Mammoth on their cams. Every time they're popping up, they're smiling, they're cheering, they're just happy to be here. And if they take a map, if they take the series, you know, it's just going to be not going to mean much in the long run for 95X, right? Only thing it'll mean is maybe a bit of an emotional damage.
Well, this is what I was talking about round differential between 95X and Fun Crew at the start of the night as well, right? They were both sitting on plus 33. Of course, Fun Crew have dropped an extra map compared to 95X, so that probably plays in it as well. But, you know, Fun Crew nipping at the bud of 95X still. If 95X drop a map, at least to Mammoth, then we're starting to talk about what the second and third positions will look like.
Moving on in. Rolling Thunder comes out. Lots of damage from that utility. RDW with some more ultimate, but there's Exerst to dive on in as well with the Blade Storm. 1. Dragon in an awkward spot. Shock Dart does put him into the corner. Back up against the wall, but still pressure is applying. Exerst goes down. Good trade from Leyline, though. Trying to get onto that defuse. Stoddy still in position. Leyline there as well. Lou gets stuck, but that is a great fault line. And now it's all left on the Leyline. Nothing he can do at all. Lou just playing with his food at this point in time. And the right click from the classic, the Ninim special. They all do go down to the hand of the spike. That Radianite coming around, but they will bring it back. And 95X get another round in the bag.
It cost them everything, though. Everybody falling at the end of the day. You now have what with Cosmic Divide still there, but that's it in terms of ultimate abilities for 95X. It is good to see that they are kind of recycling them nicely, though. Couple closer to the lockdown and the Rolling Thunder once again. And on the flip side, Muzz still has an exit strategy for Mammoth, or maybe a retake strategy. We've already seen that they are happy enough to play in towards these retakes. So we'll see if they do lose an opening kill, as we've got a bit of a traversal down long of C nice and early. Quick escape, though, for Exerst. So early 5-on-5. The operator, I wonder if it was actually seen in the hands of Artie. Now we know.
Info has been given. So they doubled up in sewers. Oh no, never mind. Stoddy just holding that fault line down, ready to throw it in. Muzz has his lockdown from the shadows available. What else? Also having that cosmic divide. So certainly stuff to work with in this round. Alarm bot destroyed, but now they should have at least some information. They should be knowing. Muzz kind of stuck here. They're actually going to swing on him and take him as well. Knowing they didn't clear that position, they do make up for it. Now that rotate does start to come in from Mammoth again, and this time it's going to be a little bit tougher in the 4-on-5.
Creeping on in. Dark cover's available for Quan with the paranoia. You got a bit of utility here if you are Mammoth, Mitch, but do you use it and do you capitalize upon it? It's a good shot from Watt to start things off. Need to see some damage early on from Mammoth in this retake because they start to fall one by one. It's Leyline, the last one to fall before Stoddy has to just book it for the hills. That is a little bit unfortunate, but... Oh, maybe he can survive with the gun? Maybe?
Nah, this is going to be tough. They found him now. Hunting.
Oh!
Good shot. Very sharp. And he does try to hold on, but I think he will be going down. 3, 2, 1. Good day. And Lou will close it out. So 95X recover well. 5 now in the bag. And the money is shot for Mammoth. We'll be able to reinvest into some sheriffs. They've still got the lockdown, obviously available for Muzz. But yeah, that's really all they kind of wrote at this point in time. So unfortunately, Pearl around the bend. You know, there was always a chance. But 95X just looking pretty strong at the moment. They definitely are looking mortal, though. They're definitely looking beatable. 95X aren't sitting here as a hard-looking favorite right now, you know. I think Fun Crew lining up against Nerd Punt. There's always that chance, but you know, 95X will be the team that when you doubt them, they will be the top of that leaderboard. So
I wonder if they're expecting full strategy to come through from Mammoth as well, and maybe Stoddy, you know, you've got misalignments in the KO setups in the previous map, misalignments in what he's doing on Breach here in this map. Maybe it throws a bunch of your information that you went into this series without the window, and you just have to play a little bit more reactively, which is kind of what they're trying to do at the moment against what Mammoth are setting up on towards these sites. I mean, you look at what they just do into this A site, right? For 95X, it's nothing too untoward. It's a lot of clearing of those corners. It's the drone from RDW. They got all that info there, Conky, and then they just get all the kills, right? So it's like, you kind of also just got to take it with a grain of salt that even though Stoddy is getting some frags in, is this the actual defense that we would see from Mammoth if it wasn't Stoddy playing?
Yeah. No, 100%. It always changes it up. You know, it's so much pressure to put a sub in there and see kind of how they fit. But the map for it, you know, is Haven, where it's got a little bit more space. You can kind of take it a little bit more loose, pug it out.
Bot coming back.
Yeah, always a tough sort of prospect to find yourself up. So, Komodo, at the end of this, provided that Mammoth don't manage to turn it around, we could very well tonight be seeing, you know, these 3 teams on 4-1.
Yeah, and then it just comes down to map differences. But well, I'll get back to this in a second because it looks like Exerst is stuck between a rock and a hard place, or rather a 95X roaring at him in the form of a dragon. It's 2 players down for the count for Mammoth. Make it a third as Dragon is going just a little bit nuclear. He's going to drop down a bit of radiation for himself around the site. Nobody wants to be sitting around here. Turns into Chernobyl. It's not livable for Mammoth whatsoever as they are looking to become extinct in this round.
Good shot, at least. Fault line will catch, though. It just makes it super tough. They're all hunting. They're all hungry. They know exactly where he is now. And he looks like he has to at least try to start to slink away and get a little bit of a defense of that weapon. But right now, I think he's just keen on finding some additional frags, some exits for himself, you know. We have seen a round thrown earlier on in the evening where there was a little bit too hungry for a hunt, but I think this one is a bit out of the question. You know, Muzz doesn't seem overly keen to reposition at all. Just going to sit on that site. Money's still decent for 95X. They're going to be really, really happy. Be important for them to try and find this frag. You know, they take this weapon out. The Phantom goes, and that's Dunsky. So now they know exactly where he is. What is going to take him as well. And that's 7 for 95X. We've only got a couple left in the half now, Komodo. And 95X are looking strong.
And just at that little tail out as well of the round, they now know where Muzz's utility was on that C site. So if they want to go C, they have an idea of where to be looking out for the turret and the alarm bot and nanoswarms as well. Actually, feels like 95X on the back of that information, you know, Minimize might actually call something like that. So nice little heads up play from them. But as I said, you know, it's just real heads up plays to come through for 95x. I'm actually very surprised that Muzz is putting his utility, you know, kind of in the same position at this C site too.
Get out of my way.
Anyway, just holding on to a bunch of your credits in this round, Mitch, so make sure you've got a buy in the last round of the half. We'll see if 95x can find 8 before that happens here, or maybe Mammoth are going to get a little bit of an upset with these sheriffs and the judge that Exerst has brought.
Once again, the old Classico 5v5 on the retake. Just toying with each other at this point in time. Rolling Thunder even going to be used as well. Muzz with a good shot. Lou is a little bit slow though after getting caught up by that one, but look at the frags drop. Quan all in his lonesome. No chance at a weapon, no chance at a frag. Just has to try and reposition accordingly. Does shoulder out what? And he does get one at least. Paranoia goes out, gets the out drone, but he's been knifed, and that's 2 for Dragon. 2 knives in a single map in just 11 rounds is a pretty solid stat.
I can hear it now. RDW's laugh in the ears because there's another knife. I can hear it living rent free. All the way back to pants down days, Mitch. That laugh, very sinister.
We love it though.
Oh, absolutely. Wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm glad he's back. Not gonna lie. Although, Riot do need to fix his name capitalization. Anywho.
Maybe
quick one
day.
Yeah, quick one in the garage though. Easy destruction of those doors. Meanwhile, bit of proactiveness from Mammoth as well. Lots of utility out to the A side of the map. And Exerst taking out what? That is no more smokes for 95x.
Yeah, not a good position to be in there, but look, still a chance to recover, depending on how far they try and fight it and they go for it. Exerst does get another, but quickly traded by Lou. So that's a walk forward. Stoddy, a little bit unlucky there. RDW was certainly caught with his pants down, rather. And now it's all hands lonesome. Muzz drops into garage. That is going to be the spike dropped, and I think very well if he destroys this, should be able to take it down now. 12 HP, though it's awkward. Leyline has all the HP. Recon Bolt will be destroyed. Now, where does RDW go? Where does he move into position? There's so many angles that Leyline has to watch and recover. This should be an easy picking round. But again, just depends. Where does he position? Where does he watch? Where does he clear? Ardy clears the right line, but now he's looking the wrong way. Has to clear, has to turn. The timing. He's walked into garage.
He could go to A. He can go through the A link and he can get there. He can get a plant to his heart's content and play where he wants to because he will have a recon dart. It's unfortunate, although for Leyline, he spotted that the spike is gone now because he's moving outside of the garage. So he should know. He should have an idea. Where do you flip the coin? Do you think it's C or do you think it's A? And this is a plant from RDW that I suspect he might actually reposition back in towards the link. He can, but he's going to get into the link because he wants to hear where Leyline's coming from.
He should know.
He can tuck. Or will Leyline expect this? He should.
I don't think so.
If he spots the spike, he should have an idea at least.
Knows where it's going. Cruising on in. RDW. Oh, man. Oh! Shots out. Info's gathered now. He can try bait it out as best as he possibly can.
He can't jump shot it.
No shock darts. Nothing. Just has to wait. Knows that there's not going to be a stick. He's heard the secondary and he can just run and gun. And this is the laugh. This is what you talk about. This is the RDW. The giggle.
No, he's got it.
Is there time? Yeah, he's got time. No. Done.
RDW's got it. Yeah. There you go. That's unfortunate. 2 versus 1 in favor of Mammoth. They drop down the lockdown, and RDW manages to find the 1 versus 1 against Muzz. Taken out of 12 HP, I might add. Great positioning from RDW at the end there, because you can think of the thought process, right? In Leyline's head. It's an open plant, essentially. He could be at hell. He could be back behind default. He could even go to long because he might have utility still. He could go sewers. He could be heaven. Or he could be where he actually was, the position that wasn't checked by Leyline. That's experience.
It is. Experience, a little bit of timing spiced on top.
Recalling my bot.
A little bit of lemon juice in the wound there. I can't even speak. Even when I'm memeing on you, I can't talk.
I will bring this world to its knees, one weird thing at a time.
I'll back into that, mate. You know I will.
Maybe I say one
Lou.
problem at a time.
Spotting out that long position. So information gathered. They are marching their way up long here, Mammoth. So they should be able to find a nice little position. RDW locking one down. Lou getting another back. So it's looking nice and easy steezy so far here for the side of 95X. Really momentum based at this point in time. There's not a whole lot that they can kind of recover off the back of this. Minimize, getting another, locking everyone out. It's just too easy here. Quan will at least find one for his troubles, but has to try and recover himself on towards this site. Try and get a plant. Information gathered. And that's going to be Lou denying all. Very nicely done. And that's a secured round for 95X.
Mm-hmm. Double digits, that's a pistol, which means actually it's 95X's first pistol. Because Mammoth got the rest. And then dropped the secondary round.
Yeah.
So now, if it flips, Mammoth should get this round, right? Or are we just saying that Mammoth are cursed in the second round regardless, and it goes 95X's way?
I think the latter, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we will wait and see. Dragons bought a Bucky, and RDW had an Ares, but now he's juggling weapons, and he's got a Bulldog. Exerst has been spotted. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's Lou, and he's
Other way
blind.
around. Yeah. Still gets one.
Has been taken, at least. A good response. Quan gets the trade. But RDW does the punishing back as well. So a good recovery, a good reposition. And Minimize is just farming. Crash has fallen asleep at the HSP. And that's 95X with an 11th round.
Apparently his PC froze. Quite unfortunate. But
yeah,
I think at this point in time, any 95X member observed will probably get some content.
Yeah.
Oh, look. We come in towards the third round here as the bonus. You would probably give Mammoth something here. Or you would hope, at least. You know, Haven does have a couple of long lines of assault that you could definitely favor the rifle. You know, maybe Watt's just going to make me answer my own question, or Lou as well, because they've both got a Phantom and a Vandal. Exerst is going to catch RDW, though, looking the wrong way, and there's Lou to get the retaliation. So, Vandals to rule the world.
Good opening.
Yeah, go back to a bit of a stalemate for now.
Just constantly backed up against the wall. In their own space. Waiting to see if anything will react, will respond. You can see that Lou getting a little bit tired. Hoping that he can find something accordingly.
I reckon, and no shade, this is one of the situations for 95X where they're probably just thinking, let's just get this done.
Yeah. I definitely think so. And Dragon's in a good position to try and hold this at the very least if he creeps his way up sewers in a second. Does have the turret up, and now he can just wait patiently. Knows that there might be someone potentially coming around that flank. Nano Swarm will make it a little bit more awkward for his position, but Lou up in heaven. Just in CT, we do have a little bit of a move up now from Dragon. He's keen, he's having a look. Lou gets one, and Muzz also kind of lucky to be alive there. Great flash from Minimize as he does walk his way back in here. Quan stuck, really awkward position, but he's able to get at least one underneath heaven as well. Will be Leyline, and that's going to be what taking him down. So now we have map, series, and evening point in favor of 95X Komodo. Mammoth got a couple of opening rounds again, but it just has not been enough at this time. And
yeah,
the night is kind of lining up to be exactly what we're expecting in a very one-sided affair.
And you know what that round there was as well, Mitch? You see how it goes 13, 14, 15, and it's 95X, 95X, 95X?
Yep.
There's a word for that.
What's that?
Bonus.
That is the bonus round. We'll see if there's any more gas in the tank for Mammoth. They've got some light shields, some vandals, some util to try and get in towards the C site. They've actually got a dink on towards Watt as well, so you might have to be a little bit more careful than you might have hoped for. RDW waiting for a reveal for the Odin to completely spam on through. They've overlooked him. He finds two, and it's just spray and pray at this point in time until you're out of ammunition, where Dragon comes in and finds his fill. 13-3 for 95X, making it another 2-0 for tonight.
Nice and easy. Exactly as kind of 95X was hoping, was expecting. You know, they probably lost a little bit more than they were willing to do so after the opening map, right? You know, a couple of rounds. There was a bit of a streak from Mammoth as well. Well, they opened up really, really strong, but I think 95X, every single which way, were able to keep themselves on par, on course, and just dominate their way through the rest of this tournament in the way of it, right? You know, we should be getting to a bit more of the meat and potatoes into the rest of this one. You know, the top 3 teams now are really going to be contesting this. We've got, which we'll check on the scoreboard in a minute, 3 teams on 4-1. So I'm interested to see where the lineup is actually going to be, where that does sort of roll in with the score difference and the map difference and everything like that. But overall, it means that we have 3 teams that are super solid for the contest. And whilst there is still, you know, the gap closing, there is less of gatekeeping, less of dominance inside this tournament. Over time, we are seeing these teams improve, but there is still a bit of a gap, as we've just witnessed tonight, obviously between Mammoth and, of course, XYZ.
Yeah, no, of course, 2-0s tonight is probably what we're expecting, a little bit dominating. I want to give credit towards Mammoth as well here, having to play with Stoddy.
100%.
Big shout outs to him for, you know, trying to fill in and everything. But again, you know, for the teams out there, if you don't have a substitute, it's always going to be well worth it to try and get somebody in if you possibly can. You never know when you might require them, or you never know when you actually might require your coach to come in. So make sure that there's, you know, some contingencies in play, right? That your coach has an idea of what to do in all of the roles, have a strap book with a little bits and pieces available for them to quickly get in, try and make them feel welcome in the server as well, because, you know, we saw a very stark difference for Stoddy individually, and I'm just going to isolate him here between map 1 and map 2. He felt so much more comfortable in this map from what we were seeing on Haven. So either if Mammoth had more practice with him on a map like this, or he was just feeling a little bit warmer, I want to give him credit where credit's due on that one. Big shoes to fill in this, but end of the day, Conk, it's 13-3 here over towards 95X. And RDW, the bottom scorer for 95X, he was better than the top scorer of Mammoth. So it kind of just trickled
exactly
down.
Right. It does happen. And look, you know, at least Lubert was there, right? It's not like he didn't show up or slept through his alarm at 10 p.m. or something like that. You know, these things do happen, so it's A-okay. Can't dwell on it too hard. But Mammoth, unfortunately, continue their streak and still unable to find a series just yet. There is still time. There is still opportunities for them to do so. As you mentioned, they're going to be versing who was coming up next week, Komodo, that you were mentioning before. We'll run that back. We'll get a little bit of an understanding. But leaderboard, this is the most important item right now, because I think, as we've sort of discussed, we should have a very even Steven lineup. So Nerd Punt, 95X, and Fun Crew all sitting up 4-1. Now, Nerd Punts is a little interesting because they did get a forfeit win over Fun Crew, I do believe, which is the only series that Fun Crew have technically lost, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, that's a big statement to mean. So technically, you know, if it wasn't for that forfeit win, we would be seeing Fun Crew up atop this leaderboard, 5-0, Nerd Punt 3-2, and 95X 4-1. So it is still such a versatile top 3, and there's those games that we've got next week. So Nerd Punt against the Guangzhou Long Lions, XYZ versus Mammoth. So that XYZ versus Mammoth game, I think, will be its own game of itself, where we can really sort of break down what these two teams can kind of do when facing up against each other.
Yeah, the volatility between the top 3 teams here is certainly really close, where it should lead into an interesting playoffs bracket, of course. I'm just trying to bring it up right now on these bits, and it's not been updated just yet. But Fun Crew currently, before this match, sitting in second with plus 50. You know, it's the 8 maps of victory to Fun Crew with 3 losses, where 95X are now 9 maps of victory with 2 losses. So you would think that that would mean 95X will go back over Fun Crew and take that secondary slot.
Yeah, time will tell. We'll be able to find out shortly. But I know Mike and Norson have been sitting in the chat to see where they end up on the ACS run, because I think they both had some pretty decent bloody games. So let's check the top 5 ACS. And Easy K has dropped. Okay, so Mike is still up there. Norson has pushed himself even higher. 301 ACS. That ain't bloody bad, Komodo. 2.3 KDA. So Zork is up there on the high KDA as well, but not quite the ACS. So that means Norson, look, on that, you know, Sensi roll, is doing some big bits of work. Mike also looking good now that he's over to the Duelist and a little bit more versatile, you know, still playing that flex. Mike has had so many different roles, you know, from the Sage to the Cypher to, you know, even now onto the Raze and that. So overall, very versatile player. But yeah, I'm keen to see, you know, some more from Feder and Zork, but, you know, we'll have to wait until next week for that. I think we're back on Wednesday, right?
We'll bring him back for Cypher. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, as you mentioned, I'll run through with what we've got because you mentioned it briefly. We got GZL versus Nerd Punt, followed by XYZ and Mammoth next Wednesday. Then Thursday, we've got Cooper Troopers 95X and the Who plus, well, the Who and Fun Crew because they're no longer +2. And then the week after that, we'll be running in with 4 more games, which will be the last week of groups. And now to answer your question, I'm actually not on next week. It's my dad's birthday on Wednesday. So that's there. But I am back on the week after that on the 18th. So the final day of the group stage, I'll be back. You guys will have Mac and Pilly next Wednesday.
And they're pretty handsome as well. So I think I'm actually done for the rest of the season until we get to playoffs, but that's A-okay because I'll be rearing to get back into there as well. So as always, from LPL and Valorant as well, and us, on this show, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging around, and we'll see you next week. Mwah. Take care.